Don?
Good morning.
If folks could finish up their conversations and drift into their seats, I'd like to get going soon. Good morning. If folks could finish their conversations and drift into their seats, I'd like to get going soon. Evidently not. Okay. Good morning. I am Councillor Gord Perks. I am the chair of the Planning and Housing Committee. We have quorum. I am now calling meeting 27 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. They want me to read this. Members, I'd like to call your attention to some committee room upgrades completed this fall. You'll notice the improved layout with greater accessibility for mobility devices, a separation of the public gallery, and new audio-visual equipment, including microphones, monitors, and screens. Welcome to the 19th century. Significant acoustic improvements were also made to this room so that I would ask that everyone keep their side conversations to a minimum. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Planning and Housing Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. If you are present in the room and wish to register for an item, please come up to the glass partition and a member of the clerk's staff will come to you. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes of our December 3rd meeting? Councillor Nunziata, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. Before we get into the formal agenda, there are pleasant and unpleasant duties that city councillors have. Today I have an unpleasant duty. I have to say goodbye to an excellent, outstanding leader within the Toronto Public Service. This is the last meeting that Valessa Faria will be a member of the Toronto Public Service. You know, I once got some advice from the Integrity Commissioner saying that city councillors should not have friends or enemies within the public service. I think that was kind of weird, but now at least that Valessa is leaving, you want to be friends? There you go. Over her 8-year career at the City of Toronto, Valessa has been a key leader in doing some utterly magical things here at the City of Toronto. When she was at the Housing Secretariat, she was a key innovator in creating a program we here know, but I don't think everyone knows, called MIRA, which was the City of Toronto helping not-for-profits buy privately held apartment buildings and rooming houses where people with low incomes lived so that they wouldn't get sold and redeveloped and have us lose that housing stock. That program has been so successful that it's now being copied right across the country. And in fact, the federal government has created an initiative. I think we should just call it, instead of MURA, which is I think we should just call it VF. There you go, she agrees. That's just one of her many accomplishments when she was at the Housing Secretariat. And then there's a string of accomplishments that she's had since then. She was the first leader in the newly formed development review team. We went through and did what was quite frankly a radical thing, which was to take the planning staff who do just development review and give them their own department, and then bring in the transportation engineers and the people who reviewed water and parks, and put them all in one group so that development approvals could be quicker. Overall, for developments in the City of Toronto, since Valessa took that role, development approvals are 80% faster. I know there are a great many wonderful public servants here in Toronto. I can't think of anyone who made their department 80% faster in just a couple of years. It's a really remarkable accomplishment. Valessa also was the key author on the report that created the public builder model here in the City of Toronto. The City of Toronto, for the first time, I think, in history, is in this year responsible for 2/3, either as a direct lead or as a partner of all development activity in the City of Toronto. It's an unbelievable accomplishment, and it comes from a report Valessa wrote called the Generational Transformation, it goes on, of housing in the City of Toronto. We just call it the G&T report. And I understand that Valessa may have an interest in the future on the relationship between the City of Toronto and another order of government in terms of how housing gets built. In that report, it asked 2 other orders of government for tens of billions of dollars so that we could have a successful housing system in the City of Toronto. So I am going to print a copy and highlight the portions that she wrote that said that those other orders of government have to give us tens of billions of dollars as a going away gift. Valessa, you have been a true hero in your time here at the city and previously your time at Toronto Community Housing. I know these are issues that are personal and passionate for you, and you are someone who can hold your head high and say, you have made Toronto a better place to live. Thank you for your service to the City of Toronto. I understand the Deputy City Manager would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Councillor Chair Perks, and I'll be brief. I certainly don't want to take away from what Councillor Perks has indicated, and I can assure you that my first days at the City of Toronto, and when the Mayor had asked for that report that Councillor Perks has referred to, EX 9.3, it was Valessa that I worked with to actually start to outline what was then the generational transformation report. So your mark on the city, your mark on this team will not be missed. You will be dearly missed. I think I speak for not only myself, but your team to say you are going to be dearly missed. What I'm thrilled with is the development that you've done behind you. And Oren is going to be stepping into your shoes when you do move on. And Oren, thank you for taking on this the challenge, and thank you, Valessa, for not only the great work that you've done here, but the great work leaders that you've helped develop and the change that you've made from a City of Toronto perspective. I will miss you. I know the city will miss you. The number of emails that I'm receiving from industry, and I'm sure that you're receiving even more, industry will miss you in this role, and I wish you the greatest of success, and just know that your team is still behind you even as you take on that new role.
Valessa, do you have any parting advice for the members of the Planning and Housing Committee?
not really advice, but I would love to take this opportunity to thank you, Councillor Perks, members of committee, and in fact, the Mayor and all of Council. It's an honor, it has been the honor of my life to do this work and support the people of Toronto, especially those who are most vulnerable and marginalized in our communities. I'm also grateful to our City Manager, Paul Johnson, Deputy City Manager, Jack Sharma, for your leadership, for your faith and trust in me to take on various leadership roles in the city and giving me space to build an amazing team that I'm leaving behind to continue to do this work. I'd also like to thank my colleagues across the entire city. Everyone knows that this business is all about collaboration. The city's a big place, and they have been instrumental in helping me and my team to achieve the very lofty goals that were set for us by council, as well as our city manager and deputy city manager. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank our industry partners, our nonprofit groups, Indigenous groups. They have embraced me in my various roles at the city, most recently as the Executive Director of Development Review. They have supported me. They have helped to pinpoint systemic issues that we were able to address. Hence, we were able to make, I would say, tremendous achievements in less than 2 years. And that's because of the advice, but also because of the amazing team that I'm leaving behind. And about that team, so working with my team in Development Review has been the greatest privilege of the role, and also my former team in the Housing Secretariats, and my teams at Toronto Community Housing. There are many people who have stood behind me and have walked with me, and I've learned so much from my team. So thank you, especially with the Development Review team. Thank you for your resilience despite the consistent organizational changes, beside the rapidly changing legislative environment. You've continued to show tremendous resilience, commitment to the people of Toronto, and of course, ambition and optimism in what the city could be and what we're going to make it to be. So as I leave, I feel great because I'm leaving an amazing team behind me of individuals who, I always say, they're not just the best in the country, but they are best globally. So thank you to every single planner, engineer, project manager, administrative staff, everyone in the Development Review division, and of course my former team in the Housing Secretariat as well. I love all of you. I will miss you, and I will be cheering you on from another level of government. So thank you.
Thank you, Valessa. Yeah, Oren, good luck. Okay. All right. Let's do an agenda rundown. You know what? I know what I'll do. Okay. PH 27.1, growing space for trees, protecting and enhancing the tree canopy while supporting infill housing and addressing concerns with Iceberg homes, recommendation report. We have deputants on that. Just a note, this is a statutory hearing item. So in a statutory hearing item, you're only allowed to speak to it once. We did begin to hear the item at a previous meeting, so people who spoke at that meeting cannot speak again to the same portion of the report. There is a supplementary report, so if you spoke at the previous meeting, please confine your remarks only to the supplementary report. That's because this is a semi-legal proceeding. We have to be careful how we manage it. PH 27.2, Toronto builds 1631 and 1641 Queen Street East and 1080 and 1090 Eastern Avenue, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment decision report. We have deputations. PH 27.3, Scarborough Centre secondary plan. We have deputations. PH 27.4, Housing Action Plan incorporating low-rise residential lands into zoning bylaw 569-2013, Etobicoke York District Final Report. Can I have a mover for that? Councillor Nunziata. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item 27.5, Shortt Street, zoning bylaw amendment application decision report for approval. We have deputants. Item 27.6, 405 Sherbourne Street, zoning bylaw amendment decision report for approval. We have a deputant on that. Item 27.7, 405 Sherbourne Street, alterations to a designated heritage property under Section 42 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Can I have a mover for that? Councillor Nunziata. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item 27.8, visitor parking requirements for new development. We have deputants. Item 27.9, rental housing and dwelling room replacement supporting tenants with additional housing barriers. We have deputants on that item. Item 27.10, 20 Leslie Street, official plan amendment appeal report. We have deputants. Item 2711, 125 the Queensway, official plan amendment appeal report. We have deputants. Item 2712, 1543 to 1555 or 1551, the Queensway, and 666. Guys, this is my third straight day of chairing meetings. I'm going to make mistakes. And 66 and 76 Fordhouse Boulevard, official plan amendment appeal report. We have deputants. Item PH 2713, 350, 360, 364 Evans Road, and 14 through 16 Arnold Street, official plan amendment appeal report. We have deputants. Item PH 2714, properties removed from the City of Toronto Heritage Register in accordance with Section 2715 of the Ontario Heritage Act 2025. I need a motion to receive. Guys, you're making Francis do all the work. Councillor Nunziata is going to move receipt. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 2715, 140 through 150 Borough Drive, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. We have deputants. Item 2716, 1497 Queen Street West, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. I'm going to move that. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item PH 2717, 344 Jarvis Street, proposed designation bylaw under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Consideration of objection. Can I have a mover for that? Councillor Nunziata, thank you for your vigorous participation in the meeting. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item PH 2718, 506 Jarvis Street, proposed designation bylaw under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Consideration of objection. Can I have a motion on that? Can I have someone move the staff report? Councillor Nunziata. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item PH 2719, 510 Jarvis Street, proposed designation bylaw under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Consideration of objection. Can I have a motion to move the staff recommendations? Councillor Nunziata. All those in favor, opposed, carried. I'm now going to move to add a piece of new business, PH 27.20, preserving employment lands and protecting local jobs. All those in favor of adding it to the agenda, opposed if any, carried. So members, I'm going to make a suggestion about how we order the agenda. That one that we just added is a letter on the general theme of the problems provincial regulations and legislation have created for our employment lands, and the urgency for us to protect them given global trade uncertainty and the need to reinvest in our economy. We have 4 appeals today, or reports today about appeals to take employment lands out of the City of Toronto. What I'm going to propose is that before we consider those 4, we consider this overall item, which is just a letter that I've written with a couple of fairly straightforward recommendations. Is that satisfactory to members if we do it in that order? Yes? All those in favor, opposed, carried.
And there's a speaker as well, the new item.
And I see that Alex wants to talk to us about that. Okay, Alex, so you'll be speaking about that before we get to, we're going to do all the rest of the agenda, but when we get to the employment lands items, we'll do the overarching item before we do the individual sites. Okay? Whew, that was a lot. Okay. That brings us to our first item of business, which is growing spaces for trees, protecting and enhancing the tree canopy while supporting infill housing and addressing concerns with Iceberg homes. It's a recommendation report. We have a few deputants. The first deputant is Claudia Einshanslin. Hi, Claudia. Good morning. Happy New Year.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Gordon Perks, members of the Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Claudia Ennis-Henslin. I'm a member of the Craven Road Residents Association, but speaking here as a resident of Toronto. I can't speak to the soft landscaping requirements or Iceberg housing footprint, but using my common sense and observation skills, I can speak to the issue of tree preservation. Since trees don't have a voice, I'm here to give them a voice. It's interesting that year after year, the same arguments are put forward. Illegal tree removals are simply the cost of doing business, with developers shrugging off the $800 fine. Rarely does the City of Toronto use its limited resources to hire a prosecutor and apply the full fine of $100,000 for an illegal tree removal. The city bylaws were effective when the fine for illegally removing a mature tree was $25,000 or more. When are we going to reinstate something that discourages illegal tree removal? Since 2011, there have been 130 offenses for which a fine greater than $2,500 per tree was assessed, but no fine has reached the maximum of $100,000 per tree. Perhaps it's time to change the approach from a punitive one for contravening bylaws to a more reward-based system if people preserve trees. Using tools like Neighborwoods, a University of Toronto Department of Forestry program that maps out the current inventory of trees on private and public lands, is a good place to start. Teaching residents about the value of their trees, helping them identify sick or at-risk trees, and ensuring replacement trees are facilitated will go a long way of reaching our 40% urban canopy coverage in Toronto by 2050. The biggest constraint I see is something that Councillor Nunziata has been bringing up for a few years at our meetings. The approval process for building permits needs to be streamlined to include early commenting by urban forestry. Councillor Nunziata at November 30th, 2023 and the May 8th, 2025 Planning and Housing Committee meeting, and her comments are verbatim in my submission online, said, "Shouldn't I know the condition from the forestry on a committee of adjustment application?" She also says that when an application for tree removal comes to community council, if you don't approve the tree removal, then the applicant goes back to the committee of adjustment. And she's saying, shouldn't the application go to the urban forestry staff before they go to the committee adjustment? At the time, Kim Statham and Kyle Knucht addressed this issue. They said they would look into it. There's not been any public response on how this issue is being addressed, and I think it points to a systemic issue that could be addressed. The Development Review Division of the City of Toronto, although I was told on Saturday that they are going to start including urban forestry, currently does not have urban forestry in its commenting section when trying to fast-track a build. Since this has been an obvious issue, well documented for some time, I'm asking, can someone with authority, an agency, and that's not me, please address this issue? It will solve a lot of problems. And then just some stats. The average tree diameter in Toronto is 16.3 centimeters. Only 14% of Toronto's trees are greater than 30 centimeters. Of the total tree population, 6% are city trees, 34% are trees in city parks and natural areas, and 60% grow on private property. So we're cutting down trees under 30 centimeters, and 60% of them are on private property. You know, we're shooting ourselves in the leg. A 75 centimeter tree in Toronto intercepts 10 times more air pollution, can store up to 90 times more carbon, and contributes up to 100 times more leaf area to the city's tree canopy than a 15 centimeter tree. It's obvious to me from all the submissions on this agenda item that residents of Toronto are expressing their concern regarding trees, that they're not being adequately protected. So let's try and connect the dots between understanding anticipated trends in global warming, how they will concretely impact Toronto, and what can no longer be up for discussion when it comes to simply cutting down our trees. Other solutions will need to be found when attempting to increase the housing supply without compromising the urgent need to mitigate the climate crisis that affects us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Claudia? No? Claudia, thank you so much. Next, I have John Kenyon. Hi, John. Welcome.
Morning. Thank you. My name is John Kenyon. I represent the Pool and Hot Tub Council of Canada, as well as Gippsland Pools, where I am a certified master swimming pool designer. Thank you, Chair Perks and Vice Chair Nunziata and the committee for hearing. I want to speak about our attachment 3 in regards of changing swimming pools from softscape to hardscape. As you know, pools function as permeable adaptive environments. I have included this report, which I'm not going to read verbatim. I'm going to paraphrase. But hardscape is defined by its rigidity, impermeability, and heat retention. Pools do not fit this definition. Water moderates heat rather than storing it. The surrounding microclimate is cooling, not warming. In this age of global warming, that's so important. But pools also support environmental objectives the city already values. Toronto's municipality prioritizes urban heat island reduction, stormwater and watershed protection, outdoor recreational access, green infrastructure integration, and mental and physical wellness. Pools already support these when combined with modern construction and landscape standards. Water surfaces reduce ambient temperatures. Mechanical systems regulate volume and runoff, and pools encourage outdoor use and community recreation. Surrounding landscapes integrate planting and ecological buffers. Reclassifying pools as hardscape would artificially inflate lot coverage. Changing the classification does not change the environmental impact, but it does distort lot coverage calculations, penalize homeowners unfairly, reduces feasible landscapes for families, and for you guys, increase variance requests and administrative load. The city has been struggling since COVID with permit applications. They've been getting longer and longer, and this would exacerbate the problem with pool and landscape permits. Pools do not add an impermeable surface load. Its net effect on stormwater load is neutral. Classifying pools as hardscape misattributes stormwater impact to an element that does not generate runoff. In summary, the pool does not function as a hardscape environment. structural, or socially. Reclassifying it would inflate lot coverage, raise costs, lengthen permits, increase staff workload, heighten taxpayer frustration without delivering environmental benefit. Keeping pools classified as softscape maintains accuracy, fairness, public trust, and alignment with municipal wellness and recreation goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Thank you for your deputation.
Thank you so much.
It's Judy. Okay. Next, I have Judy Gibson. I understand, Judy, you're online. Hi, Judy, I see you.
Hi.
And I can hear you. I just want to remind you, before you start, Judy, if I can just remind you, if you could confine your remarks to the supplementary report.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I understand.
Go ahead.
That, Chair Perks. I'm just going to share my letter, and I'm hoping it comes up on the screen. So if you could just let me know when you can see it.
We've got it now.
Thank you. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, and thank you, Councillor Chair Perks and the members of the Planning and Housing Committee for allowing me to speak again. As you mentioned, I already did speak back in December, so I will confine my remarks to after reviewing the supplementary report that I first saw last week. I went through it and I was a little concerned to see that there were 81 minor variance applications requesting soft landscaping variances for multiplexes in the period of time from May 2023 to November 2024, and that 74 of these were approved. It was concerning because we're seeing a dramatic reduction in soft landscaping when it comes to multiplex applications. And I'm speaking to this with respect to what we're trying to achieve here, which is to maintain and growing space for trees. And so what we did is we reviewed some multiplex variance applications in Long Branch, where I'm from, and we looked to determine how much soft landscaping was being lost when properties were being converted to multiplexes. And our findings were just in the case of minor variance applications because, of course, the as of right applications, we don't have the same level of detail. What we found is that multiplexes in Long Branch did not use the existing footprint of the existing structure to convert the properties into multiplexes. There was one in Alderwood that I looked at that did do that. They just did an extension to it. But in Long Branch, they don't use the existing footprint. Due to the demolition of the existing dwellings and the proposed construction of much larger multiplexes, there was a significant reduction in soft landscaping and therefore growing space for trees. This ranged from 23% loss of soft landscaping to as high as 72% loss of soft landscaping. And it should be noted that none of these applications were actually asking for variances in soft landscaping. So these were as of right soft landscaping loss, which is quite concerning because that's quite a dramatic loss of soft landscaping in an area that needs trees. We have a lot of underground streams and water concerns of the Etobicoke, and this loss of soft landscaping and the corresponding loss of trees that go with it is concerning. So this loss of growing space for trees and other vegetation is concerning, as trees are needed to help absorb stormwater, reduce the urban heat island effect, and provide refuge, habitat, and foraging areas for small mammals, insects, and provide health benefits to residents. So we the report from November 18th and the recommendations. As shown in our case studies, artificial turf and permeable pavements and pavers should not be considered as soft landscaping, including not for multiplexes, to provide parking, as substantial growing space for trees is already being lost with multiplex applications in Long Branch. And allowing this would not achieve the objectives of providing growing space for trees. Now, permeable pavers, I will acknowledge that they may be better than asphalt driveways when it comes to allowing some water to percolate through, but they're certainly not even close to being comparable and should not be a substitute for true soft landscaping, which is intended to provide growing space for trees in Toronto. So we do strongly object to that if this committee is going to be considering it. And I think the rest of my comments were from the previous presentation that I gave. So if you would like any questions, I'm happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you, Judy. Are there any questions for Judy? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks for the deputation, Judy, and the letter and correspondence with the committee. In the latest letter that you submitted, you've mentioned a lot about growing space, soil volume, sunlight access. Based on what you've seen in Long Branch, are there design approaches or site planning practices that you've found that can both accommodate redevelopment and ensure that we're creating the conditions for healthy trees?
Absolutely. And thank you for the question. It starts with first looking at what's on the site. Oftentimes what we see is applicants come in to Long Branch that aren't, quite frankly, from Long Branch, and they're just looking at the dimensions of the lot and not looking at what's there. What we've found has been successful, and we do have examples of that in Long Branch where lots have been redeveloped, where the applicant actually does look at the mature trees and recognizes the importance of the tree canopy in the area, and quite frankly, the value that it offers to the properties when they're redeveloping them. And when they work around the trees and allow the proper minimum tree protection zone for the trees and preserve the trees, it's always much more successful.
Okay, thanks for that. That's all my questions.
Great. Are there any other questions? No? Judy, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today.
Thank you.
Next, I have John Bossons. I thought I saw John in the room. There you are. Hi, John. Come on up.
Thank you.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. Chairman Perks, members of the committee. I'm here in two capacities. First of all, on behalf of FONTRA, the Federation of North Toronto Residents Associations, and secondly, as co-chair of the Midtown Ravines Group. I mentioned the second affiliation because I really want to stress the importance of what's before you for not just the local neighborhoods, but also Toronto's ravine system. As I'm sure everybody in this room knows, climate change and global warming means we have more and more large rainstorms throughout the year. This is not something that's new. We've been experiencing erosion of serious magnitude in Toronto's ravines for a long time, but we're getting more storms. Erosion is worse, and the extent to which soft landscaping is replaced by hard surfaces means more runoff, faster runoff, and more erosion. So I really just want to stress the importance of this amendment. Whether this is successful in achieving anything depends exclusively on implementation. And we've argued, and FONTRA's argued many times that the execution of this needs to be improved. But what I want to simply stress at this point is that we strongly support what's before you, the staff recommendations, and urge you to adopt the official plan amendment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. Are there any questions? No? Again, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Laura LaMarche. Laura? Oh, I understand Laura's online.
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi, Laura. Yes, we can. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready. Great.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Planning and Housing Committee, and city staff. This is my first time speaking, so I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you to the committee members and the city staff for their extensive work that has gone into this report. I appreciate the thoughtful, balanced approach staff has taken in addressing the urgent need for housing while protecting Toronto's tree canopy and natural systems. I am supportive of the staff report recommendations before you, and I wish to add other considerations. My name is Laura LaMarche, and I'm a 32-year resident of Hoggs Hollow and a member of the YMVA Ratepayers Association's Local Development Committee and the co-founder of our Hoggs Hollow Tree Watch group, along with Shannon Rancourt, also a resident of the Hollow. Excuse me. We've also submitted a more detailed written comment, which we hope the committee and staff has read. Hoggs Hollow is a community developed within a valley system shaped by meandering rivers, steep slopes, and sensitive soils, and it is formally identified as being within a floodplain area. While the recommendations in PH 27.1 apply citywide, they carry particular importance for neighborhoods like ours, which have a documented history of major flooding events and ongoing ground control challenges. In a ravine, trees are not just an amenity. They function as critical infrastructure, stabilize slopes, bind soil, regulate ground movement, slow surface. Judy said it all very, very well, and I appreciate her and John's comments today. But in our ravine area, we have witnessed many excavations for the sake of Iceberg homes that have caused displace groundwater, increase soil saturation, and contribute to long-term slope instability, not only on the subject property, but on neighboring properties that had no role in initiating or benefiting from the development. For these reasons, staff recommendation to apply building setbacks consistently above and below ground is imperative. Limiting basements to the footprint of a single-family home is not anti-housing. It's practical and precautionary measures that support public safety, neighborhood stability, and tree protection. I would also like to address the issue of soft landscaping, permeable pavement, and artificial turf. It should not be counted as soft landscaping and doesn't allow growing space for trees nor support their root systems, soil biology, or long-term canopy growth. Allowing permeable pavers to substitute for true landscaping, particularly in the context of multiplexes, risks undermining the very objectives this report seeks to achieve. Soft landscaping should mean living soil, sufficient depth, and unencumbered space where trees can grow to maturity and perform their environmental functions. In addition to protecting soft landscaping, the city must remove swimming pools from the list and not allow ponds without size limitations, and significant rules for ensuring live plants and foliage are included. This has significant impact on our ravine and floodplain neighborhoods. Just a quick note, I regularly receive MLS listings for my ward and have seen before and after pictures of the properties, and most have removed all of the trees and soft landscaping and put in a pool and large patio covering the entire backyard. And with the city's tree canopy study being close to 10 years old, how can the city meet the goal to grow Toronto's tree canopy from approximately 28% to 40%? How can we meet that target with this trend now to destroy trees and eliminate planting space? We have no current data, but I fear our canopy is shrinking. Finally, I want to underscore the importance of compliance and enforcement. Strong policy must be supported by consistent application and monitoring. Setbacks, soil depth requirements, basement limits, and tree protection measures need to be enforced through construction and beyond to ensure that approved conditions translate to real lasting outcomes on the ground. We often see trees removed illegally with fines that bear no consequence for the builder, as a speaker initially had commented, one of the first speakers, I'm sorry, I've forgotten her name. In closing, protecting growing space for trees and regulating iceberg basements is critical. We owe it to our councillor, Jay Robinson, who first brought this issue to City Council's attention through her work with our neighborhood in finding out just how destructive iceberg basements could be. She knew that we must build Toronto in a meaningful, safe, equitable, and sustainable manner, and that includes ensuring we protect soft landscaping and our tree canopy. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Chair, I have a question.
Council Chair Nurse Lynn has a question for you, Laura. Go ahead.
Hi, Rachel.
Hi, thank you for your delegation and your work on iceberg basements and tree canopy. I just wondered if you could share any examples with us about some of the challenges you've had with iceberg basements and the implications in terms of what's happened with some of those in your area.
We find most homes, the new developments, are applying for icebergs, and as a result, the whole yard is clear cut. Initially, they put in for a certain footprint at Committee of Adjustments, get approval, and then go back. And these properties take a long time to build. And in the process, they reapply for a pool. The trees that were deemed protected by urban forestry are now removed, and it just seems to be so unfair. As well as neighboring properties, when icebergs are dug out, the shoring is not done properly. I spoke to my builder, and often the contractor does not put adequate shoring, and the immediate neighborhood properties, the basements start to crack, the walls fall in from any soil, and they cut into the roots of neighboring trees that result in destruction of their trees as well. So it just seems it's death by 1,000 cuts. It seems every application, and then the house is sold, and it's not anyone that's moving into the neighborhood realizing the importance of the value of trees and the function and the safety they provide our neighborhood.
Okay, thank you for that. And deeply concerning, especially when you consider you're on a floodplain. Exactly. And also have erosion issues with the cliffs and things like that, just to the landscape.
I know we've tried to wave our flag because we're a small pocket in a big city. And if any of these rules apply, they apply so significantly in our neighborhood. And we just find with the variances, it's a losing battle, especially during COVID when a lot of them were approved.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Laura? Laura, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. The next deputy I have listed is William Roberts. William, I understand you're online. Bill? Hello, Bill.
Yes.
There you are. Bill, before you start, you'll appreciate this. I wanted to remind you, this is a statutory meeting. You did address us on the main report already. So just as a reminder, if you can confine your remarks to the supplementary report.
Which my letter clearly does, although for some reason it never managed to get to the actual letter. For some reason, they never read all my emails. Having said that, that's what I want to address, because specifically because my background is working my way through university for a landscaping firm. I was involved in dealing with putting in those days it was interlocking brick. Now I researched permeable pavers. But what I noted was there's the same reality which people don't seem to understand about what you have to do to prep for permeable pavers. And I've attached a guideline from different organizations dealing with how deep you have to go. For walkways, it's 8 inches, but for driveways, it can be up to 18 inches. And where there's heavier vehicles appearing, which might happen for a multiplex if they've got moving vans coming in, it's up to 24 inches. And you have to compact the gravel below that material up to 95%. Which means you put in 6 inches or so of gravel, you compact it until it's driven into the ground, and then you put another 6 inches in and repeat and repeat and repeat. Effectively, it's almost like concrete by the time you do that. Then you put sand or screenings over top of that gravel, and then you put in your various permeable pavers. That means for existing trees, the reality is the bulk of them have very fine fibers in the top foot of the soil. So even though the big roots may still be there, all the roots supporting the tree in the top foot or so will be destroyed, which means existing trees are removed. You cannot plant a tree that'll ever go to any sort of maturity once you put the pavers in, because part of the problem is going to be they will throw up eventually the pavers, which means they're not compatible. The reason why I'm talking about this is specifically if you treat permeable pavers with no definition as to what it is, then it means the whole area can be replaced, the grass with permeable pavers. Presently with interlocking bricks, I had an example out in Etobicoke where by the time they finished putting all the interlocking bricks in, not only on their property, but about 3 feet into the city's property, there was only 20% of that total lot that wasn't occupied a building that was soft landscaping, which meant 2 years ago with the heavy rainstorms, that water flowed off the lot onto the adjacent properties. But more importantly, the city had to put in a culvert to take the water flow from one side of the street to the other side of the street and dig up the road to do it, and then dig down deeper. My real concern is, and I've seen this happen constantly, people are doing it actually illegally right now. People are paving over their front yards to provide additional parking, especially where permit parking has been introduced. Ironically, with permit parking, because they want to be able to park their extra cars and not pay the permit parking fee, people with larger houses tend to put in additional parking and leave less than 50% of the landscape available for soft landscaping. So I have a very deep concern with this proposal, and I won't touch into some of the other stuff, but I also have some experience before the T-Lab dealing with people and underground basements occupying a good chunk of the property, which I can't talk to today. But at any rate, my viewpoint is either you defend a very clear definition of permeable pavers and then limit it. But the reality is permeable pavers are basically like vaping is to smoking. Permeable pavers are an improvement over concrete and asphalt, but they're not desirable if you presently have soft landscaping, just like a non-smoker shouldn't start vaping because they're not smoking. They both are highly deleterious to potential expansion of the tree canopy, and they're also highly negative on other aspects. Other people have spoken to other matters, and I'm getting near the end of my time, so I will sign off at this point.
Thanks, Bill. Are there any questions for Bill? No, Bill, as always, thank you for your wisdom. That concludes the deputants that I have listed on this item. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? Council Chair Nusslin and Councillor Holiday, Councillor Fletcher. Okay, let me just make a list. Councillor Chair Nusslin, go ahead.
Thank you. One of the questions I have for staff is if these resolutions are adopted, how is the Committee of Adjustment, how do they learn about this, and how are they briefed on this in terms of how to interpret new pieces around this?
Mr. Chair, in response to that question, the Committee of Adjustment has a professional development training program that we operate. Members receive a quarterly training session, and we use that to introduce to them changes that have been made to the zoning bylaw and to explain to them the intent of those changes and how they relate to official plan policies. And that informs them so that when applications come forward, they have background knowledge about those provisions and can consider that in addition to all of the evidence that's put before them in any particular application.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for me for now. I'll listen to the other questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. To staff, I heard from one of the speakers today who raised an important point about swimming pools. Do I understand correctly that this report recommends that they now be considered hardscape, which is limited under our zoning bylaw on a property?
Through the chair, that is correct. This proposal would include swimming pools as hardscape rather than as soft.
So have we done any work to figure out how many properties now effectively it will become illegal to put a pool onto it?
Through the chair, existing swimming pools would continue to remain. There is no restriction on existing. It would be future applications where they...
Correct. So have we looked at how many properties are affected? Any sense? Was that in the public consultation materials? I mean, I think this is big. Did we look at that?
Through the chair, we did not do an inventory of properties that have existing swimming pools, and we did not analyze which of those might or might not conform to our proposed zoning. And the reason we did not do that is because the Planning Act gives very clear permissions for legally non-conforming uses, so that any swimming pools that exist will continue to be in compliance with legislation.
So I'm not getting at existing pools. I'm getting at all of the properties that are out there in the city, many of which are on very modestly sized lots with modestly sized backyards that may have been able to build a pool, and suddenly it is not permissible. And they'd have to go to the Committee of Adjustment and roll the dice. And remembering that even our own bylaws require 1.2 meters around a pool of a flat space. So, you know, it's quite a large piece of hardscaping now. Do we have any sense on how many people are impacted by this?
Through the chair, we did not do that type of assessment. Our analysis on this file has really been focused on landscaping, particularly given the official plan policy directives that make tree growth and landscaping a priority.
Do we have any sense on how close many of the existing lots are to the I guess it's the coverage that we're talking about, right? So the hardscaping becomes part of effectively the footprint of the building, if I understand that correctly. Do we understand how many lots are that close?
Through the chair, I'll say no, we did not do that type of analysis. And just for clarity, the hardscaping is a separate standard from any provisions around lot coverage.
Okay, can you walk me through or walk the committee through that about how restrictive the hardscape percentages are on lots, and what do we know about that? I mean, I remember Toronto Water did some studies with LIDAR when they were talking about a stormwater tax. Do we have any sense on how big this is? You know, is it going to affect a few lots? Is it going to affect a lot?
Through the chair, just to confirm, swimming pools would not be included in the maximum lot coverage restrictions bylaw.
It would be under the hardscape. So do we have any sense on how close, do we have any Committee of Adjustment history on how close homes are to that, especially larger homes on smaller lots?
Through the chair, if I understand the question correctly, that in terms of how many homes might have tight conditions that could preclude the potential for a swimming pool under the new regulations. No, we do not have specific data on that.
Are we concerned that it might be a lot of people? And what I'm getting at is, you know, pools were a lot easier to get approval for, and suddenly this changes things a lot for a lot of people, unless you have a really big sprawling lot.
I would, through the chair, that has not been a central concern of this work. And the reason for that is because whereas we have a lot of official plan policy that speaks to the importance of mature tree growth and the contributions of soft landscaping to amenity and character of neighborhoods, there is no official plan policy or direction and no provincial policy or direction that suggests that swimming pools are a priority. They're a nice thing. A lot of people enjoy having them. Many people want to install them, but there's not a public policy directive with respect to that.
And that concludes Councillor Holliday's time. Next, I have Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, because one of the deputants mentioned that 60% of the trees in Toronto are under the 30 centimeters, and I'm wondering if I could have that answer, if that's the case, what the tree percentages are.
To the chair, just give us a moment, Councillor, to find that.
The staff group. Thank you, Chair.
James, is that something you're going to have soon?
I think we're going to need a little more time, but we can get back to you, Councillor, after the meeting.
Is Ms. Statham not here with us today?
She is, but she's let me know we need to do some calculations to be able to provide the specifics.
So then we'll have that for council, I guess, Chair. We can ask that same question there. Can we please have that information? We'll have it assembled by then. Thanks.
James, you'll have that by council? James? You can have that by council?
Yes, we can have that by council. Sorry.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think there was an interesting question raised about the Committee of Adjustment, and that our Councillor Nunziata has recommended or asked a number of times why that isn't front-end loaded, so that when the committee is hearing an application, they understand the approach to whatever tree is on that property. And I think a number of us have been through something where it gets approved at the committee, and then we're saying you can't take out the tree once it gets to community council. So I'd really like to understand why that process puts the tree after all the decisions have been made, first of all, and two, is that possible to shift that so it's part of the consideration?
Through the chair, urban forestry is a commenting division to the Committee of Adjustment. We don't have control over when a tree permit application is received relative to the Committee of Adjustment application. So sometimes you see tree permit applications before or after a C of A hearing. We'll give our best advice to the committee as to the minor variances or severance.
Sorry, I'm asking planning staff. But thank you. I know you'll do that. I'm asking why, unless you can answer, why is that the pathway? Go to the committee, then go to get the permit or hear if that's a problem, then go to community council, then go here, then go there. So I just don't understand. And I don't think you put that. Did you put that process in place, or was it planning that put that in place?
Mr. Chair, I will actually suggest that I defer that question to my colleagues in forestry, because it does have to do with the legal requirements that can be required in association with a tree removal situation, and the relationship of tree protection bylaws to applicable law under the building code. And my colleagues in forestry are best able to address that.
So I'm just being clear then, that process which has been put in place and Councillor Nunziata has asked about has been led and is imposed by forestry, not planning. Am I correct in my understanding of that?
Any applications and permits to remove or injure a tree are led by forestry. The comment Committee of Adjustment is part of that overall process. But overall, that's led by forestry.
And the Committee of Adjustment can say, we'll defer that until you get that permission, or the Committee of Adjustment has to say, we're approving, and then go get your permit. Which one is it?
The Committee of Adjustment can make a number of different decisions. They do those. They do have comments from our urban forestry staff on applications where trees could be impacted. As I believe my colleague was noting, there isn't always control over when those permit applications come in, so that
I guess, yes.
The timing isn't always perfect.
Timing isn't perfect, but there's a tree. It's over 30 centimeters. It's an X tree. That is now going to have a different process than the Committee of Adjustment, correct?
It would need an additional process. I'll note also the process differs depending on whether the tree is a private tree.
No, I'm only talking about private trees. I'm only talking about private trees here. In an application, let's just focus on the private trees, because we have a much greater degree of control over public trees. And so it's very confusing, and it's obviously confusing to the public that tree, let's say it's 50 centimeters, 70 centimeters, 100 centimeters, is now subject. The Committee of Adjustment has approved an application that technically would require the removal of that tree. Is that correct or not correct? They can.
The Committee of Adjustment can make a decision.
Thank you. Yes?
That would result in the removal of a tree. And that's one of the reasons why we train them
I
extensively.
get it. That's my question. They can make a decision that results in the removal of a mature tree, and then that sets a different process up. So, and you're telling me that that's the case because forestry has said it has to be that way. That's what I'm hearing this morning. I just want to be clear.
And that concludes Councillor Fletcher's time.
But my question is outstanding.
Oh, okay. I thought that was a comment.
No,
does someone
I
in
want to
staff
be
want to
clear.
reply to that?
I think as a plain language summary, that's fair. My one caution would be, I don't think it's because forestry says that's how it has to be. I think it's about the overall package of legislative powers that the city has.
And to the chair, regardless of the decision of the Committee of Adjustment, a permit decision is still required from forestry for the removal of the tree, and a denial for that removal could still be issued.
We're pretty well aware of that.
Councillor Fletcher, we can maybe have a chance for a second round.
Second round.
If members of the committee want it, but you are at time.
That was just a comment.
Next, I have Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, I just have one question, and perhaps Councillor Fletcher can use the rest of my time. I wanted just to clarify, but I'm only a visitor here, Mr. Chair, so I don't make the rules, so I'm just suggesting. I wanted to clarify from staff, with respect to the process of the Committee of Adjustment application, is it the requirement of the applicant to provide the details as it relates to the number of private trees around the property? That's the first portion. And the second portion, does the forestry department, what role do they have to play as part of the application? Or do they actually have a role, or is it after? If you can answer the question, the first question, then I may have a small question further on that.
Mr. Chair, yes, as part of a complete application for minor variance, an applicant is required to provide information about existing trees on the property, including photographs of both the front yard and the rear yard, so that we've got a clear visual understanding of what's there. And I would turn to my forestry colleagues.
I would only add, in addition to that, and that information through the tree declaration, that we then review and comment on all city or Committee of Adjustment applications.
And the follow-up is that, what are the implications when that process is actually not followed, and it's then left to residents to actually inform either the local councillor or staff that there are trees on the property?
So if there were trees on the property and we were made aware that there was a development, it would be a compliance and enforcement if there was actions taking place to protect those trees, and we may require an applicant to apply for a permit, or if they've already undertaken work, we would then move forward with our typical enforcement opportunities.
Thank you. Councillor Nunziata, you have questions.
Yeah, just a question. So just on Councillor Fletcher's question. Now, I did move a motion last year about this, and staff was supposed to report back, and I haven't seen that report. So I think the question that I asked last year and the question we're asking is that there are a number of Committee of Adjustment applications. It's not just private trees, it could be city trees too, that go to the Committee of Adjustment and they get approval for a minor variance. But the approval from planning staff is conditional that you get a permit and you go through forestry to get that tree removed. Then they come to community council asking community council, even though their application was approved, we need you to approve to remove the tree. We got our approval. So my question was, in my motion last year, was for staff to report back on that, if that could be part of the Committee of Adjustment decision, rather than have the applicant apply and then come to community council, and then you're in a situation where the actual application for the severance was approved, but they need that tree removed. Basically, that's the question, and I don't believe that staff reported back on my motion that I moved last year. So just to clarify.
Yeah, Through the chair, there has not been a specific report back on that. Generally, I would caution that the committee's powers are limited to granting minor variances, and they don't have any authority over the trees specifically. But I think it probably merits a deeper conversation on the way that processes can be coordinated between forestry and C of A applications to ensure that everyone's interest is being met.
Then should I issue my motion that I did last year for you to report back on that?
We'll be happy to receive any motion that. Okay. But I think clearly the question of tree protection and the importance of that has been a frequent, common, and emphasized theme at this committee over the last several years, and I think staff are well aware of the importance that council puts on that.
And this is not just city tree; it's also not just private tree, city tree as well. Okay.
Are there any other questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher, did you want a second round?
Yes, because Councillor.
So, members of the committee, we've had a request for a second round.
Sorry, I want to ask a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Myers. I didn't see you. We'll go to Councillor Myers first.
Councillor Thompson's kindly 3 minutes.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So my question is on the parking for multiplexes part of the report. Specifically, that the data did not show a substantial number of on-street or off-street parking permits associated with multiplex sites. Do you have any information as to why that is?
My apologies, Chair. The question is about the number of on-street or off-street parking permits related to multiplex proposals?
Yes, that's the report. That's in the supplementary report.
Yeah. I think the short answer is that, first of all, on-street parking is not permitted across all parts of the city. There are some parts of the city that have that program in place and other parts that do not. And that's governed by the municipal code. And the zoning bylaw does not speak to the permissibility or the availability of on-street parking. So the Committee of Adjustment will never address that. A building permit application won't take that into account. It might be a part of the parking solution that an individual landowner has to rely on street parking if they're not able to achieve on-site parking. But I think that gives a sense of why that's not specifically addressed here.
Thank you. And then the report goes on to say that 67% of multiplex building permits, included between 1 and 4 parking spaces. Do we know if those are net new parking spaces, or are those parking spaces that are on the existing driveway?
Those would be spaces that meet the definition of a parking space in the zoning bylaw. I would not describe them as net new. They're the total number of spaces associated with any given development.
So we're not increasing the number of parking spots when we build a multiplex, is what you're saying?
So sometimes that might represent an increase, sometimes it won't. That number represents the total number of spaces that a builder has designed into and constructed as part of the proposal. It has not compared that to the number of spaces that might have existed on a property prior to the construction.
Okay. And then with the 32% of multiplex permits had 0 parking spaces, and you said that there's a strong correlation between 0 parking spaces and them being close to transit. Do we know if that's the case for all of them, or if there are some multiplexes that are going to market with owners that have cars but nowhere to park them?
I'm sure it's the latter. That's a general statement. That was our general finding, that typically when multiplexes are not proposing parking, they're located close to transit, but there will certainly be exceptions to that statement.
And have you heard from, or what have you heard from industry or builders in terms of how the lack of parking or the difficulties in finding parking for multiplexes particularly in the inner suburbs? What effect does that have on the marketability of these properties?
Our general findings are that when builders need to provide parking in order to make their project marketable, and that might be the case in some neighborhoods, that they find ways to do that, or they adjust their proposal. It becomes part of their overall calculation. I think certainly if they had parking solutions in areas where there's high parking demand, that might make some projects more viable in properties that are not close to transit.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, did you want a second round?
I just wanted to follow up on one of the questions that Councillor
Okay, go ahead.
had. And it's simply, could there not, and I understand there's some issues there with legally and what everybody can do, but is there, if that's a tree that's over 30 centimeters or there's a number of trees, is there not a process that could be put in place, or you could come back to us when, before council, that if you're making that application, why can't you get your permissions first? You can't bring an application on somebody else's house. You have to kind of know what you can do. So not knowing all the permissions you have to build something ahead of making an application does seem very strange to the public. We've heard that over and over again today, and also strange to Councillor Nunziata. So is there not a different way of creating a pathway for the trees, even within that, or is it the Planning Act superseding? I just don't think, I don't get the impression that we've looked at a different pathway or a clearer pathway, or et cetera, in this. Yeah. Because we don't have a report back yet on Councillor Nunziata's motion.
Through the chair, I'll do my best to answer this in a straightforward way. Fundamentally, a tree that's protected by the tree bylaw and it is in healthy condition, forestry staff will generally use the process to protect that tree. However, there's been very clear direction from council in the past that if a tree would be removed as a result of development that is permitted by zoning, including zoning that's varied by the zoning as through a minor variance, that we should not stand in the way of the development. We should allow that tree to be removed. And the exception is with garden suites, laneway suites, and multiplex, where City Council has given direction to refuse permits to injure or remove a tree. And so the situation I think that often happens is a proposal at Committee of Adjustment might rely on the ability to remove a bylaw protected tree. But until the committee has made a decision to approve those variances, the applicant cannot know whether they'll have a good chance to obtain a tree removal permit. So they need to get through that stage of their process before they can get a clear answer from our forestry colleagues.
Thank you. And that minor variance to allow the removal, there was a change. Was that a provincial designated change, driven change? Was that a change from planning? Who made that change, or who suggested that?
My understanding is that that was a debate and a change to the city's tree bylaw. So that was a city council decision.
But city council just doesn't dream things up. City council gets recommendations from staff.
Yeah, and my understanding, but I don't have the history myself on it, there was quite an extensive discussion and reporting on it.
But that would have been a staff recommendation, correct?
That I don't know if it was a staff.
I can't read lips yet.
If I could intervene, my recollection is that it was on a motion from Councillor Fillion way back when.
I see.
Staff advice.
So that would be interesting to understand that as well, please. For Councillor Nunziata, oh, you're not listening, but I'd like to understand that from council, where that derived when we get there on February the 4th.
So I think that's helpful. I think staff can be prepared to revisit the history, the particular history on that decision.
Yes, that would be helpful for everybody, I think. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Oh, I see Councillor Holiday and Councillor Chernos-Lynn. Just if I could take a moment and reflect, for anyone who doesn't understand how interrelated public policy pieces are here at City Hall, the item we're considering is Iceberg homes. Okay. Councillor Chernos-Lynn, you had questions.
I just wondered if, sorry, can I just clarify actually from the chair? I have a question then. I thought part of this was about permeable soil. I thought that was the part that was for consideration today.
It's all part of a package. These things interrelate.
Okay. So
so
I am
if you
allowed
have
to
questions
ask
on
those.
permeable soil, that's great too.
Okay. Just with respect, I wondered if staff could just give us their best thinking on the recommendations around pools. And I know we had a deputation earlier that talked a little bit about some of the positive attributes of pools in terms of cooling effects. But presumably, like, I guess I wonder if staff could provide us with a little bit of explanation about why they're looking at it differently, and what the impact is of having a large area of a backyard that perhaps doesn't have, like, what does that impede soil drainage, for example, if there is a huge storm? What is the reasoning, I guess, behind that? I want to just understand it, just to sort of give us a little bit more clarity on the complexity of this.
To the chair, I think the big consideration here is that pools don't contribute to biodiversity, right? So while they might have short-term ability to retain stormwater, they aren't contributing in terms of permeable substance and helping growing space. So our consideration here is how can we make sure that backyards are contributing to trees, to growing of different species, and helping to absorb rainwater.
Sorry, and presumably, just to follow up on that, part of our concern must be with climate change and the frequency of large storms and flooding and the challenges that we've been increasingly seeing in recent years, and with the growth of development that we're anticipating because of the need for more housing. There is presumably going to be a corresponding loss of permeable soil because of development as well.
Through the chair, that's correct. The proposals in terms of the official plan and zoning bylaw are both to help better adapt to climate change and make sure that as our city grows, we're maintaining space for trees and other planting.
Okay, and I think that I'm good. Thank you. Thanks, Chair, for indulging me.
Councillor Holiday had additional questions.
Thank you, Chair. May I ask staff to clarify what the soft landscaping requirement is of the bylaw for a rear yard?
To the chair, depending on the size of the lot frontage, it's anywhere from 25 to 50%. For larger lots, 50%, and less than 6 meter lot frontage, it's 25%.
So 50% if your lot is wider than 6 meters. And a lot of lots in the city would be more than that, right?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So conversely, if 50% is required to be soft landscaping, then everything else is deemed to be hard or ineligible. And so the pool surface area would fall into the ineligible or the hard surface area.
Through the chair, that's correct.
And all elements such as walkways, pathways, decks, patios, the concrete that goes around the edge of the pool, which is required to be 1.2 meters clear under our fence bylaw for practical reasons, all of that becomes hard landscaping and outside of the soft landscaping eligibility.
Through the chair, that is correct, with the exception of patios. That would be a permitted encroachment that would not be included.
Okay. And what would it take for staff to do a study of lot sizes and pools? I mean, you can go on the city's map viewer and you can see backyards all over the place and how big pools are and that sort of thing. Is that something you could do, or do you have to hire somebody to go do that?
Through the chair, that's something we could consider.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. I can't believe I have to ask these questions, but I feel now that I have to. Okay, so we passed a tree plan for the city of Toronto. We wanted to double the canopy. That's the origin of many of these policies, correct?
That's correct. We have a goal of 40% tree canopy coverage by 2050.
Okay, and there were a variety of ecological reasons why we wanted this. Let me just ask some direct questions. Does a swimming pool provide shade?
No, it doesn't.
No? Does it provide protection from ultraviolet rays?
Not that we're aware.
Does it mitigate the urban heat island effect?
To the chair, no.
Can you grow a tree in a swimming pool?
No, you cannot. In fact, a swimming pool can potentially damage tree roots.
Thank you very much. Okay. Does anyone wish to speak to the item? Councillor Holiday.
But swimming pools make people happy. They provide fitness. They make it a livable city. If you want to put one in, not everybody does. Chair, I would say that what's happening here right now is big, really big. The soft landscaping requirements have a massive change with one stroke of a pen or one city council vote. And I suspect if you look at the city's map, you'll realize that many, many pools in this city would cross the 50% soft landscaping threshold. What this proposal effectively does is makes it illegal to build a swimming pool in many, many, many properties, unless you have a really big piece of land and a sprawling backyard, but not a lot of people do. The thing that concerns me is I don't think people are aware of this. And I know that there was, some public consultation done, but I don't remember hearing much about focusing on swimming pools and how big of a change this is. So I would urge this committee to take pause. The second thing, and I will reiterate some previous comments, there are permissions included in the official plan amendment which suggest that if there's a tree on the property, maybe a sapling, maybe a big tree, that if the building needs to work around that to keep it, then the applicant can go seek variances. And it's sweetened by the official plan that suggests that those variances can be obtained. I don't know why we have to do that sweetener. But all this boils down to is that we have setbacks, height limitations, requirements, because we plan for people in the city. We plan for access to light, to air, we consider shadow. We also think about people's well-being. And yet we are now protecting trees more than people. And that's the irony in all of this is we have focused in this policy so much on trees that people now become second. And I hope that the committee pauses on this. And I hope that the committee thinks really carefully about how big this is potentially for swimming pools. Because when I asked staff about this, we didn't have the numbers, we didn't have the understanding. But when you just simply open up an aerial view map, I think you get a quick appreciation of how big of a change this is. And I think how many people will be disappointed to find that they're not allowed to put a pool in anymore, the pool that they had planned to do. And at best, they can go to the Committee of Adjustment and roll the dice. I think that's a serious problem, and I urge the committee to think through carefully on this.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the item? Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Chair. I will be moving a motion that I've pre-circulated and that I've worked on with staff. that City Council direct the GM Transportation Services to consider as part of the forthcoming report to Council on the residential parking program review, options to improve the ease and reduce the cost at which the residential on-street permit parking program can be administered, obtained, and implemented on streets or areas of Ward 23 and or other wards where there may be an abundance of multi-generational homes and multiplexes. So essentially my motion is just looking at how we can make the process easier for providing parking for residents living in the inner suburbs, particularly as we try to find the right balance between softscaping and land and hardscaping land requirements, and maybe looking at how we can use the resources that are available already there, in particular the streets. Having gone through the process now twice in terms of trying to convert a street to allow residential on-street parking, I can say it is quite onerous, it's quite burdensome, and very few people are going to do it based on the current process. So I think we need to look at this in terms of how do we actually accommodate for the growth that we'd like to see in the inner suburbs by making it easier for people to park. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Councillor Myers? Councillor Crisanti has a question for you.
Councillor Myers, I just want to understand the intent of your motion. Is that to ask staff to consider reviewing the soft landscaping policy to be able to allow potentially larger driveways in properties where you may have multi-families living in there and more cars than you would otherwise?
No, this is not looking at the soft landscaping requirements at all. This is actually looking at the on-street parking as an alternative to looking at as an alternative to affecting the soft landscaping requirements.
You mentioned soft landscaping in your comments there. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Are there any other questions of Councillor Myers? No? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to that?
Yeah, sorry,
Do you have
Mr.
it ready?
Chair.
Yeah. Okay.
I have a motion, and I just want to move my motion.
Could you read it for us, please?
Okay. I have my glasses.
I could try if you can.
You can read it on this screen.
Oh, yeah. I'm not used to that. City Council requests the Executive Director, Development Review, and the Executive Director, Environment, Climate, and Forestry to report on opportunities to better streamline and coordinate the application process for tree removal permits and minor variants. Okay?
Are there any questions for the mover? No? Does anyone else wish to speak to the item? No? Fair enough. Why don't we take them all as a package? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. I challenge anyone to find a more complicated job than being a Toronto City Councillor. Okay. There we go. That's done. PH 27.2, Toronto Builds, 1631 and 1641 Queen Street East and 1080 portion and 1090 Eastern Avenue official plan and zoning bylaw amendment decision report. Our first deputy is Adam Smith. Hi, Adam. You're not the author of Cities and the Wealth of Nations, are you? Or The Wealth of Nations, are you?
Don't forget the theory of moral sentiments, which everyone discards in their effort to support neoliberalism.
I actually think it's the better of the two. Okay.
If you guys would permit me a moment, I have some visuals here, and I'm not sure how to get that set up.
We'll get you some AV help right away.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks. I'll put it this way, like right side up. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, beauty. That's actually I'm gonna need the whole, like, because I got a vertical one as well.
So this is, I'll set it up so it can fit most of the pictures.
Okay, sure. Just a moment, guys. Thanks for your patience.
Okay, Adam, go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Adam Smith, resident of Beaches, East York. 1631 Queen East and 1080 Eastern is yet another development that makes a mockery of the Queen Street East Urban Design Guidelines. The guidelines were a reaction to the Lake House Beach residences at 1960 Queen East, aka the Licks condo, which saw a 6-story condo rise up over a row of 1-story retail shops, leaving a massive empty brick wall looming over the streetscape. This chicken bone development, whereby corner buildings are much larger than the buildings mid-block, used to be considered bad planning, but it seems Toronto has completely discarded what used to be good planning principles. The guidelines intended to rein in plans at Queen and Woodbine, the Heartwood condos, aka the Shell Station. And while they were being developed, there was a moratorium on development applications. The city held massive meetings with the community, planners, and developers present. And the resulting guidelines residents thought were in good faith. Then a funny thing happened. During a short window when the guidelines were submitted but yet to be approved by council, the moratorium was lifted and the developers snuck in their application during that window and discarded the guidelines. The guidelines required a setback at 3 stories and to preserve the view of the historical clock tower, but the developer ignored this to build 6 stories straight up. The sad irony being that the guidelines still contain this violated requirement. No amount of testimony at the OMB mattered. It was ruled that the guidelines didn't apply because the development application predated them. The Murphy's Law condo at 1684 Queen East also violates the guidelines, and so does this development. While the Queen Street building only gets an extra story, putting an 18-story tower directly behind it completely negates the purpose of the guidelines in keeping building heights in line with the character of the neighborhood. As you can see, the tower planned on Eastern Avenue will dominate the landscape for blocks, and any claim this doesn't set a precedent is false. The community was told the Licks condo was not supposed to set a precedent, but when it came to the Shell Station application, the developer cited the Licks condo as an example, as if this development isn't paving the way for another 18-story development right next door where the Beaches Cinema is. The official plan may have changed, provincial planning laws may have changed, but what hasn't changed is the community's desire to preserve the nature and character of our neighborhood. The deception of the completely useless urban design guidelines aside, there are more important issues with this development. Like the majority of recent development applications, this is another example of overdensity. The West Beach condo has 89 units. The Queen and Ashbridge condo added 551 units. Murphy's Law site has 216 units planned. And now with this development, we're supposed to absorb another 328 units. This is not a major transit hub. Have any of the planners tried to take the 501 or 503 downtown during morning rush hour? Have any of the planners tried to get childcare in this area or fought to be first in line to sign their kids up for extracurricular activities? Duke of Connaught is the only public school in the catchment area and it's fully at capacity. If we project future demand, none of this makes sense. I won't go into each item on this list, but if you look at the vacant units section, there are over 46,000 units vacant or under construction currently in Toronto. The next 30 years will also see over 200,000 units become available as the boomers move on. When you add up all the aged care beds, sorry, I lost my, when you add up all the aged care beds, and then look at the over 65 and over population, a generously conservative estimate of all remaining seniors being coupled up in homes means there will be potentially 223,000 housing units that will be vacated within the next 30 years. When the 447,000 seniors not currently in aged care need that type of housing, why are we focused on rentals when the real demand is for senior living communities? Canada also just depopulated due to the drop in immigration targets combined with our below replacement value birth rates, rates that are declining the world round since the 70s. Project these numbers and it makes no sense to build more units for a population likely to plateau or even decline in the next decades. Do these numbers ever enter into calculating how many units we actually need to serve future demand, or are we just blindly building? Then there's the ongoing issue of affordability. Less than a third of these units are slated to be affordable, and according to staff at the October consultation, they haven't even determined what type of affordable that will be. Market rates are unaffordable to anyone not in the top 30% of incomes. If we're not building all units to be affordable, we aren't serving the needs of residents. Lastly, I ask every city planner and councillor, how does any of this development frenzy qualify as good planning? It wouldn't have 10 years ago. It's not based on evidence or best practices or projections of demand. It is purely ideological to prop up flagging economic growth and the profits of the housing industry. Toronto should be fighting the province at every turn, not caving into their environmentally destructive and unsustainable developer-driven agenda.
You're at time
Thank you
now.
for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Are there any questions for Adam? No?
Yep.
Oh,
thanks.
Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you. Could you put up the slides, the image, Eastern Avenue looking westbound?
Westbound. That would be westbound.
Towards Coxwell.
There's two different ones that are, this could be one.
Nope.
This could be
Eastern.
another.
Yeah. Okay. Where did you get these images?
So I created them myself. I have certain skills.
That's okay. All right, you got skills.
Okay.
So how far back into Google Images did you go to use that base image?
Actually, this is not from Google Images. This is a photograph I took. I had photos I had taken recently in the winter months. It's just I wasn't able to prepare them. This was something I had previously prepared.
Okay, so you know, for the cameras and for the room, this is Eastern Avenue today. Same spot, I think, green pea, roughly the same spot. And what I would draw the distinction between the image that you're presenting here in public, which is obviously from a number of years ago, as you can, would you acknowledge that's a number of years ago? Okay.
Definitely.
Because there's a crane there on the site of the Context Toronto Community Housing Development. Are you familiar with that development?
Very much so, yes.
You actually had it, do you want to put up your other photo? Because you had it in another photo, but you just, there.
So that was, I think that's still on
Queen Street.
Yeah.
So none of your photos show that, but are you familiar with the Toronto Community Housing Development that's right there?
Yep.
Okay.
And I do know it goes up to 17 stories, and it
so
was...
when you made a comment that this sets a precedent, that there's nothing like this in the area, would you acknowledge that actually just a few hundred meters from the site there is affordable housing, same size and scope?
Well, it's not entirely affordable housing. And if I understand, there are two buildings there, and the building that's farther west is the condos. That's the taller building, and the building that's to the east of that is the smaller building, and that's the one that contains affordable
So I guess
housing.
we could agree, though, that this photo that you're putting up and showing the committee and the public today is not really representative of that view that you would see today.
I will concede that, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you talked a lot about the 2012 urban design guidelines. How many years ago was it? Was that 14 years ago? Okay. And you talked about the Licks condo, the big battle around the Licks condo. Obviously, before my time, I think you were still there. Have you been in the building today?
No.
Okay. How do you think it fits in with the Queen Street context today, 15 years later?
Oh, it still doesn't. There's a massive empty brick wall on the the east side of the building. It looms over the Medoko.
Councillor, just give him a sec to answer.
Every building to the east of it is 1 story tall, and again, it looms. There was no setbacks. Apparently, too, I didn't add this detail. There was supposed to be that massive empty brick wall. Was supposed to have a green wall on it. The developer promised that and then reneged.
So obviously before our time, but would you suggest that 6 stories, because you're pretty wound up about the Licks building here 15, 16 years later, would you suggest that 6 stories on Queen Street East, higher order transit, LRT, that's too much density there? Is that what you would suggest?
No. The issue in that case wasn't density. It was the character of the neighborhood and the rationale for creating the urban design guidelines in the first place.
let's just explore that a little bit. The character of the neighborhood, which was the rationale for creating the urban design guidelines. So today you would suggest that that building is it's a blight on the neighborhood. How would you characterize it at 6 stories on Queen Street East?
Again, it's not so much about the height. It's the lack of setbacks. Because again, 6 stories would be acceptable with the setbacks to reduce the visual impact. But it's also the fact that, again, right there, and even the line on the beach across the street, or stone line as it's called now, and again, every building after it is only 1 story. It stands out like a sore thumb. So again, chicken bone was the phrase I heard someone use once upon a time in planning circles.
I'm not familiar with that planning term, but I guess I would just say, you said it's not about the height, but then you said visual impact. Can you just specify a little bit about how you delineate
you can do 6
between...
stories with a setback and reduce the visual impact and still have your 6 stories.
What is the visual impact? Is it the height? And so you want to see less height? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, see less height, but also, again, at least on the east side, there's a big empty brick wall, a big empty, just nothing, there's nothing on it. They couldn't even put any public art. Like, at least if they tried to mitigate a big empty brick wall towering over 1 story's buildings around it, that could have helped. But instead, we have to stare at a big empty brick wall for over a decade now.
Okay, I'm going to call time there, unless that's 5 minutes.
All right.
I'm sure you guys could go all day.
Sure.
But yeah.
Thanks for your deputation.
Okay.
As a point of order, Mr. Chair, I would just suggest that when we're going to put stuff in the public record in front of the committee, it should be representative. If we are portraying it as...
I'm sorry, I'm not going to have a...
Point of personal privilege.
Sure.
Yeah, point of personal privilege. I think it's best practice if we're going to come down, make a deputation, present something as if that's the context today. It should be reflective.
Here's one that's the context today.
Sorry, Adam, your time's done. Okay, I'm not going to accept that as a point of privilege. People are free to show us what images they want, and I don't think we as a government should censor the images people show us before they bring them. Okay, are there any other questions of Adam?
That's it.
No? Okay. Adam, thank you so much. Next, I have James Gray. Hi, James. Whenever you're ready. You just push the button in front of you so it turns green. Good. James, can I ask you just to check that microphone? Is it green in front of you? Maybe that little debate sort of blew the microphone out. If we can just have someone from AV check.
Okay. I just want to make sure I have all the items.
Councillor Myers, I think your microphone is on. You're on a hot mic moment, man. Okay, have we got that sorted?
Test.
There we are. Okay, I'm going to restart your clock. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is James Gray. Thank you to committee for the opportunity to speak. Context, I am a local resident. I live 350 meters north of the subject site. I am in favor of the proposal. I have been following the application since its announcement as part of Housing Now Phase 2, and I am encouraged to see it in front of the committee today. The application revised with its inclusion of the Harvey's site makes a lot of sense. I am hopeful that with its revised geometry, the site pencils and is readily constructible and maintainable. In closing, as a summary, I am in support and I look forward to seeing the site built. Thank you.
James, that's exactly the length of deputation I love to see. Okay, are there any questions for James? No? Yep. Oh, Councillor Bradford.
James, thanks for coming down and deputing, and as somebody within 350 meters proximity of the site, certainly very happy to hear from you. We heard from the previous deputant concerns about the size of the proposal here. We know it's an affordable housing site. From your perspective, is this an appropriate use of city-owned land in an effort to deliver affordable housing to the community?
Yes.
Okay. From your perspective, would you anticipate that as Queen Street evolves in the current environment market that we're in, some of the planning policy changes that have happened at the province, is it reasonable to expect that on a city-owned site, you might see something more than 6 stories, which was called for in the 2012 urban design guidelines from 14 years ago?
I do.
Okay. If somebody is in a leadership position or deciding on these sorts of matters, is it important to operate within the world and the challenges that we're living in today versus maybe 14 years ago?
Yes.
Okay.
I also will say that I think affordability will become even more of a problem down the line. I think about, like ECEs have a certain wage that they're offered as a part of the requirements for the, early childhood education programs. And it makes it particularly unaffordable for them to live in places that they're providing services to kids. This is one of those types of places. And boy, doesn't it make sense for them to be able to live where they work.
I appreciate that. The ECE perspective, I got 2 young kids in daycare now, and it's so important. You've been following this for a while. Are you familiar that not only are we preserving childcare on the site, but this new proposal actually expands and enhances the number of children that can be served in the capacity of the facility?
Yes.
Do you think if, as the previous deputy, Adam Smith sort of suggested there, if this was constrained by the 2012 urban design guidelines, that 6-story box, would it be able to do all of the heavy lifting to provide affordable housing units for people in the community and enhance childcare space on the site, or would that be challenging?
I think it would be more challenging than it needs to be, and that we should be rethinking those decisions of the past.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the deputation. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher had some questions. No,
yes.
don't go away. Don't go away.
Sorry.
Don't go away.
You're very popular.
Within your 300 meters, obviously, you're close to the Don Somerville site.
Correct.
That has achieved 100 new affordable units, including co-op units, and 125 rentals. So I gather you'd be quite supportive of that model. This is a corner site. It's not a mid-block site. Both of these are technically corner sites that
Correct.
I think you believe can take more density than perhaps just a mid-block. So I don't think the urban design study, the guideline study that was undertaken years ago for any of Queen Street, looked at major arterials and corner sites. So Coxwell is a big street,
Correct.
2 corners. There's a few other ones that are like that. So I'm just clarifying that you're quite supportive of this at this site.
Yes.
Yes, and the difference between kind of across from the fire hall at 17 or 18 stories and a major arterial, which is Coxwell in a corner, may be a different context that we didn't actually contemplate when these studies were undertaken.
Certainly.
You'd agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, James, we really appreciate your thoughts today.
Thank you for your time.
The final deputy and I have listed is Mark Richardson. I understand Mark is online. Mark, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I can turn my camera on or not, but Chair and members of the Planning and Housing Committee, my name is Mark Richardson. I am the volunteer technical lead of the HousingNowTO.com Civic Tech and Open Data Program. Been tracking this site for over 5 years since it was originally created. Like James, I live quite nearby to the site. I'm probably within 500 meters. And it's interesting that James actually lives in some townhouses that were built about 10 years ago. And the neighbors at that time protested against the townhouses, saying they didn't conform to the neighborhood character. So it's important that we contextualize that the rules that were passed in the past are from the past, and that things like the beaches urban design guideline are only guidelines. They are not the beach Bible, as some people refer to them. They are just guidelines. They are not handed down on stone tablets by Moses. So we would strongly support the staff report as presented to you on this item and encourage you all to vote in favor of the requested changes to the planning permissions on this site. Our volunteers have worked with data analysts, urban planners, architects, and affordable housing operators over the last 7 years since the Housing Now program was first announced to crowdsource trustworthy and accessible information about the overall targets of government-sponsored affordable housing programs, and most importantly, the economic viability of the city's development goals on the hundreds of acres of surplus land that the City of Toronto currently owns. Our Housing Now volunteers advocated in earlier deputations back in 2020 for the acquisition of the adjacent Harvey's restaurant lands, and we're very grateful to the city and to CreateTO that this newly revised proposal now includes those lands. The consolidated and improved parcel is now up to 1.12 acres and will deliver 328 brand new rental apartments, with up to 98 of those apartments dedicated to affordable rental housing, depending on the financing supports that are available from the federal and provincial governments. I hear Valesa is moving over to Build Canada Homes. So we're looking for financing support. So maybe we can encourage Valesa to look at this site as part of her new job. The site does not contain any existing housing, and therefore no existing tenants will be displaced during construction, which I know is important to many members of this committee. Our Housing Now TO volunteers would like to thank city staff, CreateTO, and most importantly, Councillor Bradford's team for their excellent work on this site over the years, and highlight how the proposal has improved during the public consultation process in order to maximize the new affordable and rental housing unit delivery opportunities on this city-owned lazy land, and additional community benefits like the expanded and improved on-site daycare that you mentioned earlier. We also appreciate that the affordable housing ratios and durations are much more flexible now than in the original Housing Now policy program framework from 2018. These changes allow for the sites to proceed within the context of different federal and provincial funding programs and rapidly changing market conditions. We only have one request, and our request would be that as these individual site-by-site development deals are completed under this new Toronto Builds framework, the baseline structure of each deal, the number of affordable units, the depth of affordability, the years of affordability, the funding supports provided, all of that be made public via open data so that Torontonians can track and compare outcomes, incentives, and targets on things like cost per unit, cost per bedroom, cost per unit year between the different project sites that you're working on. As always, our open data and civic tech volunteers are happy to answer any questions the committee or city staff have on transit-oriented affordable housing, best practices on this site and others in the city's surplus lands portfolio. And I do just want to say thank you to Valesa for all of the work and all of the collaboration we've had over the last 7 years since this program launched.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mark? Mark, thank you very much. That concludes our deputations on this item. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I just have two, and one is actually, it says 1080 Queen, which is a TCHC building. I understand that's because there's a little slice of land, but if at what point was it considered not part of this development? Considering it's a 6-story building and the next door has got a lot more density and is at the corner. When was that ruled out and by whom? Sorry, hold my time, please.
Sorry, through the chair, could you clarify the question? Are you asking when we decided not to include the TCHC building in the development? Is that the question?
Yes, I think it was right at the beginning.
I believe it was at the beginning. I think there was a building assessment done of the existing TCHC building, and it was determined that it had a long life ahead of it, and it had a difficult number of residents to relocate. So it was determined that it was best to leave that not included as part of the.
Was there 120 residents to relocate?
I couldn't tell you that number off the top of my head.
Would you agree there's 120 residents at Don Somerville that were all relocated for that development?
That sounds consistent with what happened, yes.
Thank you. So perhaps at council, you can let me know how many residents would have had to be relocated, the building condition assessment. I'd like to see everything.
Yes.
Thank you. Second question is, and Councillor Bradford and I both got a letter from the chair of the Apple Grove Board, because this started 5 years ago, and 5 years ago there was a request to the city to look at actually finding a spot for Apple Grove, which is currently in a TDSB facility on a lease overhold. It is the only AOC that doesn't have a location, and we happen to share the catchment area along Queen Street. And they seemed to be quite surprised that this was a site in which the Apple Grove complex could have moved in this new development, and then it was removed, and they were not formally notified. Is that your standard practice? Whose standard practice is that?
I don't believe that, through the chair, I don't believe that would be a standard practice. I think with the opportunity for Apple Grove to be inserted into the project remains. The zoning does permit it. There's no limits on the amount of community space available. So I think that that opportunity still exists.
It's not in the, it's certainly not, it's a city-owned facility, city-administered, funded facility. Is it anywhere, does it appear anywhere in this report in front of this committee and going to council where it explicitly says that this is a site where Apple Grove could move, or that was considered and was removed? I can't find it anywhere. Could you point me to that, please?
Through the chair, I do not believe I can point that. It does not exist.
Point me to that because it was removed and from consideration from the report and the study that was being done. Am I correct? It was removed?
It was not included. That is correct.
Is not included. I'll look at our city lawyer. Not included and removed. I think they're pretty well the same thing. Because you didn't include it, it's now been removed from that. And you would agree that, whose role was that to let the AOC know that they are no longer being considered at this location? Was that my job, Councillor Bradford's job? Whose job was that, since it's a planning application?
I could not tell you whose job it would be to determine that or to have that conversation if that was the case for this development, though I would suggest that that has not been determined for this development, and we continue to be open to the opportunity of having Apple Grove be located in this building. And the zoning, which is would being considered here at council, does, our community does permit it.
Would you agree that it's nowhere in the report that's going to council?
I would, yes.
You'd agree with that. So it might be hard for somebody to understand how not being in the report then leads it to be in the report or be in a future consideration. Would you agree that that's a hard leap to make for anybody reading the report?
Through the chair, I understand the point you're trying to make, yes.
Thank you. And I'll ask the Deputy City Manager, what would your expectation be if somebody has been in a study to have something somewhere to be included and then has been eliminated, and it's a city operation and in a city building, in a city development? Would it not be standard practice or good practice or a good business practice to actually let people know what's going on? Is that, what do you assume as a standard of good business practice, Mr. Deputy City Manager?
Through the chair, and Councillor, I do agree that's our good standard practice. As far as what has happened here, certainly I will step back with Mr. Clark and try and understand the circumstances around this particular challenge. But I do agree that that would be our normal practice, which would be we would, if we were going to make a decision around an asset as such, that there would be communication.
And this is a great
deal. Councillor Fletcher, I'm sorry, you're over time. You're well over time. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, through you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to pick up on Councillor Fletcher's questions there. Does this mean that Apple Grove is now shut out from this site?
Through the chair, no, it is not shut out from the site.
Okay, but what indication would the folks at Apple Grove have that they're part of this conversation now if they were removed from this, I think back in the fall, it seems like? Removed or not included, however you want to qualify it.
In the report, there's no indication. I think it would be on staff with the councillor's office to engage with Apple Grove to continue those conversations.
Did you say on staff, or did you say the councillor's office? Sorry.
I said staff working with the councillor's office.
Okay, so will you commit here then to continue to work with obviously Councillor Fletcher and myself, city staff, and the folks at Apple Grove on identifying prospective options for the relocation?
Through the chair, yes, I do.
Why did this drop off as we went through this process over a number of years? What was the reason for that? Somebody must have held the pen on the report. Somebody chose not to include that, as you said. What was the reason for that?
Through the chair, if I may, and Councillor, if we could have a little latitude in order to just to step back and understand the circumstances. I'm not sure that we could answer as clearly as we would like at this point in time.
Okay. If it has anything to do with funding, do you think it would be important to work with the relevant committees, whether that's social development or others, to sort of come up with a business case to ensure that this could go forward? Would that be important?
Through the chair, I do believe that there is a funding decision to be made, and certainly working with the appropriate individuals such as Ms. Campbell and her group would be part of that decision.
Do we need to do any work between now and council to make sure that we can have some of the commitments formalized, or at least show us the roadmap of how staff is going to continue to work with Apple Grove to kind of get this back on track?
Through the chair, I'm just looking over to Mr. Clark. He's nodding, and that we will continue to work on this as it proceeds to council.
Okay. Would appreciate if you could keep Councillor Fletcher and I read in on that very closely. Thank you.
Through the chair, you got it.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions of staff on this? No? Does anyone wish to speak to the item? Does anyone wish to speak to the item? Go first.
Yes.
Councillor Fletcher first, please.
I will speak to this from, first of all, just from the planning side, and have been watching this development over a number of years, because the mirror development on the other side is the Don Somerville site, which is an extremely successful site as a mixed-use site with a lot of 120 rent geared to income rebuilt there, and 100 affordable, 125 market, 300 condos, and all mixed in the community, not in separate buildings. So that is, and the density, just like this site generally, is on Eastern Avenue. It's Queen Street's very, very respectful of the built form along Queen Street. And then it's loaded up on Eastern Avenue. And what is across the street, there are water, the Toronto Water owns that big site, Parks owns Woodbine. So it's really a good spot to have quite a bit of density. And I'd agree with Councillor Bradford that the study that was done was called the Bible at that point, but there's the Old Testament and the New Testament in the Bible. And I think we're coming up to the New Testament. Amen. Because there is, these are corner sites, as I mentioned with Mr. Gray. These are arterials. Coxwell and Etobicoke are large sites that are on corner lots. And perhaps what we hadn't done in our studies was really identified where the arterials are, where the corner sites are, where the density could be, and then come down to be more of a neighborhood density along Queen Street. So that's something still for the future. I just want to speak about Apple Grove for a minute, and how when I read this, how disappointed I was that it wasn't contemplated. And then Councillor Bradford and I got the letter from Apple Grove saying, you forgot to mention that you'd removed us from this. Not including and removing, I'm going to consider that those are the same. And so there are a couple of sites that were in this study. I'd like to have a look with Councillor Bradford at the study, look at the sites, what's the best site, how can we move this along, rather than it's just eliminated from this site. And if it's not possible here, is it possible on the other side? I want to say that Apple Grove has played such an important role in Don Somerville with the tenants, with Toronto Community Housing. They are a long-standing agency that straddles Queen and Coxwell. In fact, the catchment goes from Greenwood all the way to Woodbine. So we share this AOC, we share the catchment. They are an exceptional AOC, and people go to their program at the school from across both of our wards. Being in a school at the moment on an overhauled lease is not something that I think is a stable situation for anybody. Having the school board having been taken over, and now the Toronto Lands Corporation it's unclear what their role is and what their powers are. But I'm looking at the situation as one that's precarious. S.H. Armstrong, which is a community center, also exists at this site, in the school board site, but we don't own that. We're there at the behest of the Toronto District School Board. So there may be a number of combinations, putting this back in this site, looking at another site that's just across Coxwell, again, with both of our wards being the recipients of all of the good work of Apple Grove, and for S.H. Armstrong, which again serves both wards. We have a model in Lawrence Heights, which is a combination of AOC and Rec Center. That might be something we're doing going forward. So I appreciate Councillor Bradford asking, is this something that we can consider and have a conversation about before council? I don't want to move any motions today. I just want to know what the ground looks like before that. And this is from the Housing Now side. I'll just go back to the planning application. It's been under discussion for a long time. It's had some changes. It's had some increased density. The Harvey site, which was going to sit outside of this, was now brought in. So it's actually a complete site except for 1080 Queen, which is a Toronto Community Housing building, which I'm still scratching my head why we wouldn't have gone to double or double and a half that building for the density for the long term. Because I think, as I've learned, as all councillors have learned, you go in once, you don't go in once and then go back again on a major development. Everything's all in from the start or it's left out. And this was left out here. I would say that the Toronto Community Housing, for whatever reason, improperly was left out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to speak in support of this item and frankly proud of the work that the team at Creatio and Corporate Real Estate and my office have done to bring this project here to life. It's been a long journey. We heard from James Gray and Mark Richardson and others who have been along all the way back to 2020. And I think we're at a moment here today where this can go forward, hopefully get out to market and get the shovels into the ground shortly. On the Create side, Jason, Sarah, Michael, Mark, Vic, they've all been working very hard to help the City of Toronto advance the efforts to actually deliver affordable housing. And 1631 Queen and 1080, 1090 Eastern Avenue moves us closer to delivering what would be 328 new homes here in Toronto in Beaches East York. And that's going to be great news for families, for seniors, for workers. James Gray's deputation talking about ECEs. These are exactly the type of housing options, units that we need to have more of to make sure that Toronto is a city that people can afford and that workers who are doing those critical frontline services, that they have access to housing. And, this is not the same place that we were when we started 6 years ago. And I think it's a reminder that, what we start with is not necessarily what we're going to finish with. But that's why you go through the process. You work with community, you work with stakeholders. I think we have more work to do with Apple Grove on this one. But you work together to try and figure it out. And Councillor Fletcher pointed out that the original proposal here actually orphaned a Harvey's restaurant. And for those familiar with the area, the original proposal was to just build around it, leave a little postage stamp site there, which would have sterilized that site for future development. That didn't really make a lot of sense. And I think if the city wants to play developer, we need to contemplate things that make sense in the long term, not just what is easiest in the short term. And so, I had flagged that and staff were receptive to that idea, and we worked together to assemble that site to provide what will be a much more contiguous frontage along Queen Street, enhance the public realm, the work that we're doing on Kitchigo Lane, and it's ultimately going to be a much better outcome for the community and additionally secure more space for affordable housing. I heard from community members about how important childcare is in the neighborhood. I deal with those challenges myself with a 2- and a 4-year-old. And not only are we delivering childcare, we're actually enhancing and growing it on that space. We've heard about the need for more fine-grain retail on Queen Street. That's something that's always been a priority. Even back in those 2012 urban design guidelines, that was a priority. We're delivering it here. And, you know, it's taken longer than we would have liked to, but we're moving in the right direction. And I think it's important for all of us as decision makers to acknowledge how the provincial planning framework has changed, how the context of the city has changed, how the challenges and the demands and the pressures that we're facing have changed. You know, references were made to the 2012 Queen Street East Urban Design Guidelines. I think Mark Richardson called them the Bible or a tablet, Old Testament, New Testament. Here's what it is. It's a document from 14 years ago that were just guidelines at the time. So Adam Smith likes to come down here from time to time with good intentions, but I feel like whenever I listen to his deputations, it's always like opening up a time capsule. You know, we talk about the Licks development from so many years ago where there was a lot of ink spilled at the time about that, but, you know, I go down Queen Street all the time. I think it looks fabulous. You know, and so when we have individuals that come down and make deputations, it's almost misleading, like these guidelines from 14 years ago are the law, completely ignoring the planning paradigm and the provincial planning statutes that the city is statutorily required to comply with. Whether we like it or not, we're not living in 2012 anymore. I think that comes across as, you know, misinformed at best or maybe even misleading at worst. And I don't think that's how we build cities. I don't think that's how we build community. And I don't think it's particularly helpful in the beaches. So a position like that would likely come at the expense of affordable units for families, for seniors, for workers that our community so desperately needs. A position like that would probably come at the expense of the enhanced childcare spaces from the work that we're doing in the public realm. And again, I remind folks, these positions and decisions that we make are difficult, but we have to consider all of the factors in front of us, try and come up with a balanced position and one that moves the city forward, not one that's handcuffed to a world that we were living in 15 years ago. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Does anyone else need to speak on this? I'm just going to, real quickly, as someone who voted on the Queen Street design guidelines, I'm a little bit alarmed that people think that's the Old Testament. Okay. All right. So on the item.
Do you want a recorded vote?
Okay, we'll have a recorded vote. Members of the committee, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Matlow. Councillor Myers, are you voting? I can't see your hand. Yeah, oh, there you go. Sorry, the camera angle was a bit weird. And Councillor Perks in the chair, so that's unanimous. Okay. So that's noon, 2 items down. We're going, team. We're really going. All right. PH 27.3, the Scarborough Centre Secondary Plan, final report. I have 3 deputants listed. If I could ask folks to be quiet on their way out. First, we have Brenda Lebretz. Hey, Brenda, long time no see. How you doing, sister? For those who don't know, Brenda was the general manager of Parks, Forestry and Recreation at the City of Toronto, and a damn fine one.
And economic development.
Oh yes, and economic development. I forgot.
Tourism.
Okay.
We're here together. Jim and I are representing one organization, Scarborough Community Renewal. And since we're here for a few items, we're going to take turns. We're not going to do talking heads. So he's going to do this one, and I'll do the others that we're here for today. So over to Jim.
Yeah, so as Brenda said, we're not going to repeat everything. We have the same message, and the message on This is good. We very much appreciate the work that staff has done on this plan, and we're here to compliment them. We are representing the Scarborough Community Renewal Organization, SCRO in short, as an organization that engages volunteers that works to connect, promote, and renew Scarborough through advocating for support for economic prosperity, economic development, better planning, enhanced natural environment, and complete and inclusive communities. So thank you for this opportunity to comment on the staff report. We have been following this update for quite some time, since 2005, and are generally pleased with the results that have considered the complexities of this important major mixed hub and eastern gateway to the city of Toronto. We're hoping this updated plan will be a catalyst to enhance the strategic growth area and capitalize on the major transit improvements of the subway and opportunities it brings to attract employment, a mix of housing, and create a complete community. In addition, also respects and supports the existing well-established employment corridor within the surrounding Scarborough Centre. Very important for us to have that employment land. We need to strengthen the inclusion, the prioritization of employment areas both within the Scarborough Centre plan and surrounding existing employment areas. So we recommend to you to consider a separate economic development plan be developed to achieve and exceed the stated economic employment outcomes in the Scarborough Centre plan. So that's our first point. Second point is we'd like to have this public realm plan include creative and aspirational public realm initiatives. We would like to see animation and impressive elements added to the plan so that it's not just another node of high-density condos. This is an opportunity to create a complete community and also exciting new design for Scarborough Centre. So land use and economy, the vision and principles that are comprehensive are linked to very well to the 6 unique districts within the plan. This recognizes that the majority of the lands within the Scarborough Centre plan are designated mixed use and strongly recommend the Scarborough Centre plan, as noted in the report, will indeed support long-term preservation, viability, and growth of existing businesses within the Scarborough Centre plan, and also in the employment areas directly adjacent to the plan. That's very important. In fact, it should be prioritized within a separate plan to achieve the outcome, much like the Transportation, Public Realm, and Community Services Plan. The adjustment to the boundary of the Scarborough Centre plan to exclude and redesignate as core employment the established employers at 1680 Brimley and a portion of 333 Progress Avenues was appropriate and an important signal to all businesses in that area. Doing so signals that it remains a viable employment area with great transportation access to 401 and access to employees in the area. We want to see that area and its employees supported and valued with great compatibility and migration policies to strengthen the plan's relationship with high value and scarce employment areas adjacent to these business areas and anchors. New employment development is going to need the focus on the stronger tools and incentives to protect those already there and to attract more business, especially to the McCowan district near the Scarborough Centre subway station, which is well underway. With the over 72,000 new residents continued function of the Scarborough Centre as the heart of the Scarborough community, we support the need to invest in public realm from the Parks and Green Loops initiative to enhance streetscapes and community gathering spaces. We would also like to see council support a number of bigger captivating spaces within the Scarborough Centre plan, not just those enhancing Albert Campbell Square within the Civic District, such as the reimagined corridor for the SRT as a public space. Performance arts centers also in our wish list, outdoor activities, theaters, etc. Protecting and enhancing the Frank Fulbert woodlot is important as well. Can't forget that. So SCRO is championing the reimagining of the SRT corridor into a linear economic development park, linear park, whatever you have that will connect Scarborough Centre with other parts of Scarborough and serve as a Toronto iconic legacy representing the history of Scarborough community. So thank you for this opportunity to provide comments on the Scarborough Community Renewal Organization. We are happy to answer any questions, and we certainly support the staff report.
Does anyone have any questions for Jim? Councillor Matlow does.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Councillor.
Hello, good morning. Do you, while supporting the plan, do you feel assured that there is significant focus in the plan on proactively considering the needed infrastructure and social services, everything from school capacity to beyond, to support the growing community? And are you satisfied with with any plans that there might be for further consultation with groups like SCRO, SUN, and others to ensure that the community feels engaged in the future of Scarborough Centre and its surrounding environs.
So I have heard that there is a wish to maybe defer this and maybe have more consultation. I think there's been enough consultation on this report. I think there's enough plan in this report to, things will continue to be consulted on as you move forward, of course. So I think let's get on with this. Let's get this plan approved and let's move forward. We need this in Scarborough. This is a major development. We want to make sure that in the adjustment to ensure employment land is protected. I think the Patrick has a major employer needs to be protected and has been to a certain degree, and we certainly appreciate that. So I would say let's move on with it. There's going to be further consultations on, is there enough infrastructure? Yes. Is there going to be enough planning thought put into this? Yes, there has been. So all the different elements of this report are quite good, and I compliment the staff on doing that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Jim, thanks so much. Brenda, over to you.
No, we're together.
Oh, okay.
We're not going to repeat. We're not going to repeat.
If I can ask
we're not going to repeat,
Brenda,
but I am going. I just reinforce the fact that from an economic development perspective, we appreciate the work that was done with Atlantic Packaging, in particular, their site, and we do really believe, and it ties back to your motion earlier, Mr. Chairman, that we need to have some concerted effort around the economic development side of that, attracting the office or the employment that's really close to that subway stop. So this is a great opportunity. We're excited about it. It's been a long time coming. I mean, I worked in, I don't want to tell you when, City of Scarborough back when we were really pitching hard for Eaton's to develop the area. So this is a long time coming, and I think the transit, we've got a lot of things going for it. It's just we really need to make it happen, and I think the city needs to put some energy on the employment side of it, because the housing is coming. We can see that. And also the animation and the social services and community. And they go together from your comments, Councillor Madlow. But we do really, that's the stuff we'd like to see kind of pushed forward. And it will, I'm hoping, come out of the next steps.
Thank you. Questions of Brenda? No? Okay. So the next person I have listed is Ron Parkinson. Ron, are you with us? No? No, Ron? Okay. That completes the list of deputants we have on the item. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Thompson, do you want to start us off?
Yes, with pleasure, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Through you to staff, I wonder if you could help me to understand the plans in terms of the number of consultations that have taken place over the number of years since 2005.
Through you, Chair. The study benefited from a thorough consultation process. We held over 20 events over the course of the study between 2018 and 2025 in a variety of formats. It also included 3 reports to Council, providing numerous opportunities for stakeholders not only to engage, but to inform the updated secondary plan policies.
Great, thank you. Can you help me to understand what is the strategy for employment and economic development as well as business retention?
Through the chair, within the center, there's a strong encouragement for employment and business retention, particularly leveraging sites around the subway station, which is currently under construction. The other key element of the plan is planning for our neighbors. And in this case, unlike other centers across the city, the Scarborough Centre neighbors are employment lands, housing about 29,000 jobs, as opposed to intensifying within a stable residential context. Hence the pretty robust compatibility and mitigation policies in the plan, which complement those in Chapter 2.
Thank you. This is a big study. It incorporates a variety of elements and so on, because it really is seeking to develop what was envisioned 35, 40 years ago of the downtown Scarborough. Would that be correct?
Through the chair, it would certainly build on the planning that's happened since that time, yes.
Right. And as part of the secondary plan process, you have looked at the needs of the community, the amenities, things like childcare, services for seniors, more parks, and also pedestrian realm that is going to make it easier for people to traverse the area and so on, as well as the social infrastructure. I wonder if you could speak to that.
Through the chair, the study informed the secondary plan, which benefited from consultant work and engagement with all of the asset holders and stakeholders. There's also a tangible plan within the policy framework, which conceptually identifies potential school sites. The TDSB is a landowner within the area and is actively engaged with staff at 705 Progress under executive committee direction to land a new school in the near term, as well as conceptually identifying schools on the Oxford lands around the mall, as well as its holdings near the Civic Center.
And parks
and parks as well. Approximately 20 hectares of parks have potential through the redesignation and parkland priority exemptions. A community center site has been identified conceptually, and the library has said we actually don't need any additional space because of the existing facilities.
Right. There are some communications that have come through where while they express support, for example, the Atlantic Packaging and the Urban Strategies Inc. report or letter, there are some issues that needs to be ironed out. Do we have sufficient time to do that between now and council?
Through the chair, we would continue those conversations between now and council, and if necessary, report back or at least advise people where we're able to make some of the changes through technical or stylistic authorities granted through one of the recommendations before you.
Right. I'm going to do my best, Mr. Chair, not to ask for a second round, so just incorporate my questions. I know that Councillor Myers and I have been texting, and he has a motion that's coming forward. I just wanted to ensure that with respect to the motion, I've had a chance to look at it. It doesn't affect or water down, doesn't jeopardize future outcome of the study itself. There's no prejudicial aspect with respect to the intent of the motion that's coming forward as it relates to your work?
Through the chair, the policies of the secondary plan around the SRT hold space for those outcomes, and the motion language fine-tunes those policies. It does not change the intent.
Because your report also contains some of the language that's contained in the actual motion itself, so it just validates that and just bringing it to light.
Through the chair, I would classify it as fine-tuning and clarifying, yes.
And can I just ask the final question, just as it relates to preamble, the Civic Center, the Town Center, and so on have created a tremendous development and enhancement in the development of the area in Scarborough as such. As part of the preamble, and I perhaps won't do it here, but going to council, would you have a problem with me sort of fine-tuning that language in order to validate the significance and the benefits of those particular institutions in the community?
Through the chair, happy to work with you on potential language between now and council, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Are there other members who have questions of staff? Councillor Myers. Hey, Councillor, could you unmute yourself?
Oh, am I unmuted? Can you hear me?
Now you're good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just wondering if staff could just sort of give an overview of how they plan to protect the employment lands when all of this new development happens over the coming decades, in terms of making sure these critical industries such as Atlantic Packaging, I know we have a lot of manufacturing businesses in that area as well, can function while still being able to, I guess, support, coexist next to these residential developments.
Through the chair, again, the unique framework of the growth area with the employment lands on the shoulders lends itself to the type of policy intention that we would usually use to transition development towards stable neighborhoods. In this context, it would be about compatibility and mitigation. So there's a series of policies in the land use section of the secondary plan which speak to additional requirements for complete applications around compatibility and mitigation, clarifies the lands which would be subject to those policies as being measured from the property lines as opposed to some centroid in the middle of the site, and complements the existing policies in Chapter 2, which speak to provincial regulations around compatibility and mitigation.
Great. So with the provincial changes to employment land conversions, is it the staff's view that at least in this surrounding area, there won't be as much pressure to convert the employment lands into residential lands, as there will be enough land for both to peacefully coexist?
Through the chair, just to confirm, there are no employment lands within the secondary plan area. The lands that are redesignated were specifically removed from the secondary plan such that there would be no confusion around where the protection and provincial regulation and policies would apply.
Yeah, okay, yeah, sorry. I'm right beside the secondary plan is the employment lands. Getting back to the point Councillor Thompson had raised around the motion that I plan on moving, it doesn't give staff any direction to go one way or the other in terms of what should be done with the old SRT assets and the SRT corridor, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. Any direction around the work with SRT future use comes from executive committee direction. I believe it's 19.6 from late last year.
Correct. So, and this work would also, just to be clear, would not interfere with any of the work that's currently being done on the Scarborough busway. The motion, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Right. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? No? Okay. To speak, why don't we start with Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, I want to, first of all, congratulate the staff. Kelly Duns, we've been doing this for 20 years, actually. And Sasha Terry, Mr. Vendreska, and many others and so on. It will take me too much time to name all of them. I also want to thank the community and the public at large. We've had over the years at least 25 public consultation meetings. Some of them were online, some of them were obviously in person and so on. And the most recent one that we had a significant turnout of people coming out. And I'd also want to make sure we thank Councillor Ainsley and his team as well, because we work really diligently with staff and the community and others as well in terms of bringing forward what the staff has brought forward here as it relates to this report of the SC secondary plan. A lot of work has gone into address the issue around compatibility and mobility in the area. There has been a significant amount of work about increasing the amount of park space in the area, the number of parks. We have addressed issues around the need for amenities and facilities in order to ensure that as we plan this great downtown of Scarborough, that many of the things that would be needed in this area are constructed in this this plan. I'm really delighted that Ms. Dines, who has been there at the inception, has been that one person, and there are others as well, but leading this process. She has been just diligent in terms of whether or not we had afternoon meetings with landowners. We had late evenings meetings with the general public and so on, and being very attentive to the concerns and the issues that are raised. This is an amazing area of growth and potential in Scarborough. It has to be planned in a way that creates balance, both in terms of the needs of those who want social services and the amenities that are needed, but at the same time protecting our employers and the jobs in our community and so on. We've worked really hard to remove the employment piece out of this particular plan so as not to create conflict going forward. There are some issues in terms of potential challenges and so on. However, the mechanism and the features that are required to work through the processors are there. And this particular plan covers so much with respect to looking at the growth that's going to take place. In the next 30 years in this area, there'll be about 20,000 jobs that are going to be there, a growth of some 7,000 to 8,000 new jobs. Currently, we've got about 6,700 units there now. We're moving up to 35,000. That's a significant number of units. We know that. At the moment, there's about 14,000 people residing in the area now. In the next 30 years, we'll be well over 70,000 people. But this has come with respect to development. We are going to have a new subway station. Many of the conversation that has taken place about the area, the woodlot, the Frank Faubert woodlot, the Hand of God park, and all of the amenities that are in this area. We are also addressing the issues about new bikeways and you know, new streets and all of those amenities that are needed in the community and so on. I know that, Mr. Chair, on a report here, we are obviously looking at designated 140 and 150 Borough Drive in keeping with respect to this mosaic of tremendous, you know, forward thinking in terms of Mariama's design in the Civic Center building and so on. The report itself really has taken a lot of time and consideration, lots of consultation that's taken place. There's a lot more work to be done. We heard the conversation from the presenters about the strategy and so on. That's something that my office have been talking with staff about and so on, and looking at how we can implement those things, because this is an area where growth is going to take place. This is an amazing report, and I want to thank the staff for the time and the effort that they've taken and the leadership, and it's really something that the community is appreciative of. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the staff.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Members, we have 10 minutes to lunch. So far, I've heard from Councillor Myers and Councillor Matlow that they'd like to speak. Is that it? Okay, I think we can complete this one by the lunch break then. Councillor Myers first, and then Councillor Matlow. Councillor Myers, your microphone is rebelling. No. How about we go to Councillor Matlow while you sort that out? Yeah, I'll be in touch with him. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I'll begin by supporting what Jamal is probably going to say, which is I think it absolutely has a lot of merit to continue exploring the possibility of greening and animating the former elevated SRT line. Cities around the world have done this. This dates back actually to Councillor de Bearmaker, who first moved the motion, I believe, to explore this opportunity, and I think it's a wonderful opportunity for Scarborough, along with, and I'll just add, I know it's not directly here, but add, we should be supporting, I believe, efforts like Councillor Candoval's to create a West Scarborough rail path that would connect the Meadoway all the way down to the Don Valley and beyond. So there's so much that we can do to support the quality of life of residents of Scarborough if we are proactive and we're willing to make those investments. I think it's quite ironic in a way that, you know, over so many years, there was such a contentious debate, as we all remember, about improving transit for Scarborough. And the whole narrative was around how to support Scarborough residents from coming from their home to somewhere else. But there wasn't enough emphasis on improving the quality of life for Scarborough residents in Scarborough where they live, and ensuring that that comes along with retaining and improving upon where they can work. In other words, if you can't work and play where you live, you're going somewhere else. So I'm enthusiastic about this work that's moving forward to really reimagine how we can ensure that Scarborough Centre is a place where people can live, work, and play, that you can have a great quality of life, that you can have more parks, that you can reimagine how the street design was done initially so that it actually creates a real downtown, and that, well, yes, Scarborough Town Centre Mall is a wonderful mall, the life of Scarborough shouldn't happen all the time in a mall, that we want to bring it outdoors and really animate and redesign the streets so that there really can be this incredible center. But I do hear from residents in Scarborough, and I think, Jim, you alluded to this earlier, that there was, I think, some interest in maybe deferring this item, and that, by the way, that request never came forward to this committee. But I think the root of that interest was that we've seen areas, and Yonge and Eglinton, where I live, I've had to play catch up on improving quality of life services for those residents because that wasn't part of the plan when it was done, many decades ago. Councillor Cheng is struggling with the same challenges up in North York. And there are concerns by residents that as growth happens and as change happens, that the quality of life of residents who live in Scarborough today and those who will be moving to Scarborough in the future won't keep up with the pace of growth. So they want to see real plans in place that let them know that these things are really considered, that they're taken care of, that they're seen and understood and valued. And then I think you actually, you encourage more buy-in to the plans moving forward. But I'll just say a combination of, again, great employment lands, job opportunities within Scarborough, an improved transit network, more green space, allowing us to be creative and investing in ideas like an elevated former SRT park, supporting other efforts like, and I know it's not right there, but I just want to add it in, the West Scarborough Rail Path, because it is such a wonderful project that would contribute, again, to the wider Scarborough community, along with social services infrastructure. That's how you build a full, complete community. And I think it's an exciting opportunity for all of you who've worked on this to leave a real legacy behind you for so many people who tell us all the time that they have often felt abandoned or forgotten or not seen. And the work that you're doing is telling Scarborough residents that you do see them and you do care about them. But I would hope that you continue the consultation. I know that a lot's happened, but continue going back to them and saying, how are you feeling about the plan? Are we missing something? Is there something we can build on? So that people aren't just told that this is happening and it's good for them, but they feel included and that they see that their priorities are reflected in what moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you. There was no motion there. Councillor Myers continues to be subverted by his computer. So on his behalf, I am going to move the following motion. Essentially, as Councillor Thompson mentioned, it refines a little bit of the language relating to the future of the SRT. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Ainsley, City staff, Councillor Myers, and myself have all run eyes over on this, and we think that it's a good compromise. I'll never be as eloquent as Councillor Myers, so I won't even try. I'll just move that, and that gives us time to vote. Okay. Do we want to do it all as one? Yeah. Yeah? All in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. I'll see you all back here at 1:30. If I could have members of the committee take their seats, then I will have quorum and we can start the meeting. Councillor Matlow, if you can take your seat.
Did everybody else? Did you talk Councillor Burke? Ellen wanted to just wave to you. She's over there.
I did. Councillor Matlow, Councillor Matlow, if you could take your seat, we can start the meeting. Well, I'm just going to pretend he's in his seat.
Okay, quiet, everyone. Quiet.
No, I don't like the gavel. Okay. I'm calling the meeting back to order. The next item on our agenda is PH 27.5. Excuse me. Shortt Street, zoning bylaw amendment application decision report. I have a few deputants on the item. First is Jonathan Okubi. Hi, Jonathan. Welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here. In front of council, committee, chairs, member of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jonathan Okube. I'm appearing on behalf of the Eritrean Orthodox Tohado Church at 1 Ramsden Road and the broader community that relies on the 9 Shortt Street parking site. Our church has been a part of this neighborhood for over 15 years, serving a congregation of more than 500 members. We provide religious services, youth programs, cultural and communal gatherings. Our community includes seniors, families, and young children, and individuals with mobility needs. And while we welcome this new development that's being proposed here at 9 Shortt Street and recognize the urgency of addressing Toronto's housing crisis, our concern is not with growth itself, but with how this site impacts and is managed on existing community-serving institutions. For more than a decade, our congregation has relied on the surface parking at 9 Shortt Street to function safely and responsibly. Importantly, this parking is not used by the church alone. It is also relied upon by members of the Legion, customers of nearby retail shops, medical professionals, drugstores, and other neighborhood-serving uses. The Creatio redevelopment proposal for 9 Shortt Street eliminates all surface parking with no replacement strategy or mitigation for these existing users. This loss has immediate and practical consequences. Seniors and individuals with mobility challenges unable to access services, families forced into unsafe drop-offs, increased overflow and illegal street parking, and heightened congestion in surrounding streets. For our church, the loss of this parking is not a marginal impact. It fundamentally disrupts how we function. Many seniors will be unable to attend, families will face unsafe access conditions, and members with mobility challenges will be effectively excluded. Over time, this places the continued operation of our church in this location at serious risk. Independent planning review indicates that the current proposal does not include practical mitigation measures to address the displacement of long-standing community parking uses, and this concern is compounded by the broader context. The 9 Shortt Street redevelopment alone introduces 458 new residential units into the area, while multiple additional developments are proposed nearby, significantly increasing neighborhood density within the coming years. No assessment has been presented showing how this development combined with other nearby projects will affect parking, access to local services, or the ability of our community institutions and businesses to function. We understand that the site is located within an MTSA and that minimum parking requirements no longer apply, but the absence of a parking requirement does not remove the city's responsibility to consider real-world impacts on existing community infrastructure. We're asking this committee to ensure that long-standing community institutions and neighborhood-serving uses are not placed in untenable positions. Specifically, we're requesting meaningful engagement with affected stakeholders, exploration of mitigation or shared use options, and recognition on the public record of the cumulative burden this redevelopment places on our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Jonathan. Are there any questions? Councillor Matlow.
Thank you very much for your deputation, Jonathan. Are you working with Councillor Cole's office on perhaps addressing some of the specific issues that you raised, perhaps in preparation for City Council?
We would like to. We have reached out and haven't really heard anything back at this time. We also engage with some of city staff, and while some of our concerns were heard, it does seem like it was sort of just going through the process, and the process being the end unto itself, with not much of a result at this time, but we would be happy to engage with Councillor Cole's office even moving forward.
I know that they are paying attention to the issues, so I'm sure today we'll find a way to make sure that that conversation happens.
Absolutely.
Councillor Bradford.
Thanks through you, Mr. Chair, and Jonathan, thanks for deputing on behalf of your congregation. How many people typically attend at the congregation on a Sunday service?
On any given Sunday, we've got anywhere from 200 to 300 people. The church is packed upstairs and downstairs.
Do you have a sense of the, I don't know if you would have this, but percentage of folks that are walking, percentage of folks that are taking transit, or percentage of folks who might be driving, what that might break down as?
I don't have the exact statistics, and I wouldn't quote it on the record, but I can say that on any Sunday, the parking lot is absolutely full, and we're currently fighting for space. Some of the parking bleeds out into the existing neighborhood and other shops and retail parking areas, which is...
Yeah, put a pin in that because I want to come back to that. Do you know how many parking stalls are available for the congregation to use at this lot right now?
I'd estimate it's probably around 80 to 90 spots in that parking lot.
Yeah, maybe I'll ask staff that when we're talking to staff and get an exact number, but you would say during Sunday service, utilization of that is 100% plus maximum?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then you highlighted the fact that probably some of the parking demand ends up spilling out onto the adjacent streets. I know parking is a perpetual problem in Toronto. If there were parking spaces that were not available for this congregation at this church, would you anticipate that more people might be trying to find more spots on those existing adjacent side streets?
Absolutely, and I think that's part of the risk is how this will impact the existing neighborhood. I don't think the problem goes away. It just kind of spills over, and we create another problem unto itself.
Okay. You mentioned in your questions with in your response to Councillor Matlow that you had reached out and engaged with city staff. I just wanted to be a bit more specific. Was that transportation staff? Was that the Toronto Parking Authority? Was it Create TO? Who did you have an opportunity to connect with?
We did engage with Create TO, and I did attend some of the consultations and spoke with some of the team as well. We also reached out directly to Councillor Cole's office, as I'd mentioned, but those would be the two parties.
And when you engage with Create TO, I'm sure they could appreciate the challenge here, and I'm sure you can appreciate their position of building housing on parking lots. Was there any sort of resolution struck or ideas about how this could be addressed, or was it just sort of taking feedback at this point?
I would say so, taking feedback.
Okay. All right. Those are all my questions. Thanks for your deputation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Next, I have Anika Mark. Hi, Anika. Whenever you're ready.
There we go. Okay, sorry. Good afternoon to the Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Anika Mark, and I am here on behalf of the Little Jamaica Community Land Trust as the Community Land Trust Coordinator. I've been organizing in Little Jamaica since 2019 with organizations like Black Urbanism TO and Reclaim, Rebuild Egg West. My grandmother also settled within the city's boundaries of Little Jamaica after coming to Canada through the West Indian Domestic Scheme. Eglinton West Little Jamaica has played a formative role in my childhood and my identity as a Caribbean descendant living in Toronto. To start, I want to commend the great work of Creatio and Councillor Mike Cole with his team for the work being done on 9 Shortt Street. We are here today in strong support of transforming this site into affordable housing and community serving space. We also support the rezoning application before you today. I will keep my remarks relatively brief because I want to speak to the next critical step of this process, which is issuing a request for proposals, RFP, for this development opportunity. Little Jamaica is a cultural anchor under threat. The Little Jamaica CLT exists and stands before you today after 7+ years of advocacy to ensure the preservation and renewal of our community, which has been significantly impacted by the long overdue construction of the Eglinton Crosstown LRT. Our advocacy, alongside our peer organizations such as Black Urbanism TO and Reclaim, Rebuild Egg West, has resulted in the passing of 5 important city motions between 2020 and 2022. With councillor leadership, these motions have directed city staff to advance the Little Jamaica Cultural District Plan, supports for Black commercial property ownership, affordable housing, community space, and community stewardship of said spaces to sustain a neighborhood that has made significant contributions to Toronto's history. To ensure that the city continues to live out its commitments to the Little Jamaica community, we are advocating today for the request for proposals for the 9 Shortt Street site to prioritize nonprofit-led development and community stewardship, along other community benefits, including social procurement, culturally appropriate services, and long-term affordability throughout. On this item, we have submitted a letter alongside Black Urbanism TO and Ubuntu Land Trust and Development, which includes an appendix of past city motions regarding Little Jamaica. Together, we believe this development can be a landmark of Toronto's active commitments to Little Jamaica, one that reflects the resilience, creativity, and authentic vision of the Eglinton West Little Jamaica community. As the Eglinton Crosstown LRT nears an official opening, we have a responsibility to ensure new development actively repairs harm, builds genuine community wealth, and takes a community-oriented approach. As the design of the RFP process moves forward, the Little Jamaica CLT requests for future consideration that the RFP be led by nonprofit, community-rooted development and operations partners. This includes consideration for cooperatives, community land trusts, and other experienced not-for-profits. Building upon the successful community-led framework for the Parkdale Hub West Block RFP, which resulted in the selection of the Parkdale Neighborhood Land Trust, as well as the precedent set at 140 Merton Street, where the city selected an Indigenous-led nonprofit to deliver seniors housing, we believe 9 Shortt Street can follow similar models for the benefit of Toronto's Black community. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon, and we look forward to continuing this conversation.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow has a question for you.
Thank you for your deputation, Anika. Could you explain to us why you believe that it's so important that a non-for-profit bid and a community-led approach be done here?
Yeah, I think I mentioned the Parkdale and the 140 Merton Street context. I think these are incredible examples of not just a nonprofit RFP, but the community-led and community stewarding of these city-owned properties and sites. We know that PNLT, Parkdale Neighborhood Land Trust, has a community governance and a community accountability framework, and so when they inherit or, win a city bid, we know that that community interests are going to be at the center of the space, and then we know that the Missinaibi Cree First Nations, as a development partner, ensures that there's culturally appropriate services for the tenants, specifically for Indigenous elders and seniors. And so we're very confident that a nonprofit-led bid would support Little Jamaica's Black community in similar ways. And I think just to speak to the community-led piece, this is a neighborhood where Black folks didn't have the agency of development processes. And so this is also why the Community Land Trust exists ultimately, is being able to put agency back into the community members' hands, and ensuring that, if space is coming and the unlocking, of course, of public lands, that community really is set up to be successful in stewarding and then working with a nonprofit developer on the site. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Just one question.
Nunziata?
Yeah. So you've been working with Councillor Cole's office, and so
yes,
that's amazing.
Yes.
So, because I have a similar project in my ward too, as well as community-led at Eglinton and Western Road.
The Mount Dennis Community for All?
Yes.
Yes.
Mount Dennis Community for All and the Learning Enrichment Foundation. So as you know, we just approved that Mount Dennis for All just recently.
Yes.
Which is amazing. It's in partnership with Learning Enrichment Foundation. Community. So, so you've been having ongoing discussions with the local councillor and support. Thank you.
I have good relationships with Councillor Cole's office, and we're excited to continue conversations with them around this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No? Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. The next deputant I have listed is Joe Hoffman. Good afternoon, Joe.
Good afternoon. Could I ask for a small accommodation? I want to share a visual, and I have no idea how to work this.
We'll get one of the really smart Toronto public employees to come over and help you.
Maybe I figured it out. I don't know.
Oh, is that? Oh, you're all we've got? Oh dear.
For next time, I'm paying attention.
That's just your Zoom. I'll put it up on the.
Thank you. Okay, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of committee. My name is Joe Hoffman. I am at Goodman's LLP, and I'm counsel for the owners of 1840, 1842, 1862 Eglinton Avenue West, and 2388 and 2400 Dufferin Street. And these properties are located within the same city block as the Create TO site, and they're at the corner of Eglinton Avenue West and Dufferin Street. I want to start off with an acknowledgement of our shared goals. And so I want to start off by saying our client supports the introduction of new housing, and in particular, affordable housing. That is not the issue here. We do, though, have serious concerns that the proposed development at 9 Shortt Street, as currently designed, will significantly impact operations at long-standing businesses on these properties. And we filed a letter with the committee, and that letter sets out all of our concerns. And in that letter, we also share concerns expressed by the church about parking. But what I want to do now is just focus on some of the most important aspects of our concerns, appreciating the time frame that I have to express them. And in addition to expressing my concerns, what I'm going to do at the end of my submission is talk about a path forward, because I do think there's a path forward here to address these significant concerns. The properties are home to several established businesses, and you'll see from the photo, there's a Dollarama, there's a Shoppers, there's other businesses on the block as well. One key issue is loading and access. So you see Dollarama's primary entrance, it's a customer entrance. The Create TO site, the proposal, shows a planter right in front of that storeway entrance. So the Dollarama will lose its access, its primary access to the store. In addition, if you'll see the Shoppers Drug Mart, that whole area where they do loading, where they do waste and recycling, that will all be blocked off as well. And you'll see on the council record, it's not only the registered owner who's written a letter, and I'm here to depute on their behalf, but Shoppers Drug Mart, Loblaws, Dollarama, they've all expressed concerns on the record as well. There's one other point that I want to raise that I think is important. It's not noted in the city staff report, but I think it's salient. There is a registered easement on title on behalf of my client, and that easement allows access to the Dollarama loading bay. And Dollarama relies on those lands so the operations of their business can continue. The design of the building actually excavates that entire area. And so there's actually below grade levels of the building proposed within that area. And the City of Toronto, Create TO, they can't unilaterally decide to prohibit access to that area. And our client is not consenting, and I think this is important to note for the record, to the closure of this area at that time. Now, when I started my submissions, and I'm almost done, I did note that we have concerns, but I did also note that we wanted to put a path forward. And so the path forward is this. Our clients and their tenants want to, are open to, are asking to work with Create TO to find a mutually agreeable solution that allows the redevelopment to proceed, including within the easement area, while ensuring that existing businesses can continue to operate without undue restraint. So what we're asking this committee to do is we urge the committee to refer this matter back to staff and direct that discussions be held with the affected landowners and tenants to find a solution that allow these businesses to continue to operate and the development to proceed. And of course, we would welcome the church and their concerns about parking to be part of those discussions as well. I appreciate your time. Thank you for your attention, and we look forward to a productive dialogue. Subject to any questions, those are my submissions. Thank you.
Are there any questions of the deputant? No, seeing none. Thank you for your deputation today. The next deputant I have listed is Enzo Tironi. Hi, Enzo. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Enzo Tironi. I am the chair of the Fairbank Village BIA. I'm also a property owner and a business owner in the Dufferin and Eglinton area known as Fairbank Village. I'm here to speak in support of the building new housing, including affordable housing at 9 Shortt Street, but in opposition to the near complete loss of public parking associated with this proposal. My goal is not to stop the project, but to ensure it works for the people who already live, worship, and operate business here. Today, the 9 Shortt Green Pea lot provides approximately 130 public parking spaces that function as shared infrastructure for the entire neighborhood. Those spaces are used daily by customers of small, often immigrant-owned businesses on Eglinton and Dufferin, by employees, by caregivers, and tradespeople, and by visitors to local residents. The current proposal would replace this with only 42 private resident-only spaces for roughly 455 units, effectively eliminating almost all public and visitor parking on the site. This is not a minor convenience issue. It fundamentally changes how people can access Fairbank's main street, services, and community life. One of the most affected institutions is nearby church, which serves racialized, largely immigrant congregation. Many congregants rely on this lot to attend weekly services, funerals, weddings, and important semi-annual religious and cultural events. The church does not have a large private parking lot of its own. Removing this shared facility without meaningful accommodation will make it significantly harder for elders, families, and with children, and people with mobility challenges to practice their faith and participate in their community. While the city is not required to provide free parking to any one group, it should avoid decisions that disproportionately burden specific ethnic and religious community when reasonable alternatives exist. The impacts will also be felt on surrounding residential streets. Demand for parking will not disappear. It will be pushed into the already saturated permit and non-permit areas. Residents will experience more circling, more illegal stopping, and more conflict over curb space. Personal support workers, home care nurses, and contractors will find it harder and costlier to reach vulnerable clients. All of this undermines the city's goals around complete, age-friendly, and equitable communities. There are also practical implications for the success of the new housing itself. With only 42 spaces for roughly 455 units, most car-owning households will be forced to gamble on stressed on-street parking. This can make it harder to rent certain unit types, especially larger units suited to families, shift workers, or tradespeople who rely on a vehicle, and can lead to higher turnover when residents discover daily car use is effectively unmanageable. Good visitor and services access is an amenity that helps buildings lease and remain stable over the long term. Eliminating it is not in the interest of tenants or the city. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the committee and staff to approve the housing, but require changes to the parking and curb management strategy. Retain a meaningful number of public and visitor spaces either within the garage or at grade so that some portion of the existing shared function of the Green Pea lot is preserved. Secure formal accommodations for the Eritrean Church and other key institutions, such as guaranteed access to spaces during services and semi-annual events and dedicated accessible on-street spaces nearby. Implement the neighborhood curb management plan before occupancy, including adjustments to permit parking, loading zones, and accessible spaces, with a commitment to monitor and make changes if impacts are worse than anticipated. In short, please let this site deliver much-needed homes and affordability, but not by wiping out almost all public parking at a critical shared facility. With modest design changes and a serious access plan, the city can have both successful housing and functioning inclusive neighborhood. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Enzo. Are there any questions? No? Thank you so much for sharing that with us today. The next deputy I have listed is Laurel Nielsen.
Actually, I think that's a mistake. I'm sorry. I was just accompanying Enzo.
Okay. We don't force anybody to talk here. Now I have Mark Richardson. Mark, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mark, we can. Go ahead.
Councillors, this site at 9 Shortt Street is a site that our Housing Now TO volunteers have worked on since before this site was even introduced into the Housing Now program by Councillor Cole and then Planning and Housing Chair Annabai Lau back in 2019, I believe. This is very much a future-facing site. We have worked with members of the local church, with members of the African Canadian Affordable Housing Lab on this site. And we did a large report a few years ago with the planning and housing students at the Toronto Metropolitan University School of Urban and Regional Planning. It's too large a report for us to email, but we're going to find a way to compress it and send the full report to you by City Council. The most important thing here is that this site is not going to change tomorrow. So we heard concerns from the BIA, we heard concerns from the church. Councillor Bradford asked a question earlier on about parking on this site. And as you know, we're numbers nerds. So we want to tell you that currently there are 130 parking spaces on this site. They're surface parking. There's no barrier arm on this site. It is pay and display. It is trust parking on this site, and it is very, very rarely ticketed and enforced by anybody in the parking authority or on the parking inspectors. Your price to park on these 130 parking spaces right now is $6 a day from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. It is overnight from 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. It is only $3.50. So you can park on this site for 24 hours for $9.50. This is a natural experiment site for you. We know that to replace 130 underground parking spaces on this site would cost about $150,000 per parking space. You can double check that number with city staff and create TO, which means to replace all 130 underground parking spaces would be $19.5 million in a transit station area with a brand new multi-billion-dollar transit line running nearby, with an affordable housing crisis going on in our city. If the city has $19.5 million, it should be going to the housing solutions on this site, not to the underground parking. If the folks from Loblaws and Shoppers and Dollarama want to partner with the city and create TO to build underground parking on this site, they are more than welcome to bring $10 or $15 million to this site to subsidize their current parking. But what is happening right now is this parking lot has no barrier arms. I'm sure the church does fill the parking lot on a Sunday morning. I can almost guarantee no one's paying for the pay and display. So put barrier arms on this site. Please and start rapidly enforcing this site to see how many people are actually paying versus getting a parking ticket. If you do put barrier arms on this site, charge $10 an hour, $8 an hour, like you would on any other underground parking site that the City of Toronto owns, to get some real data on this site. We strongly, strongly, strongly encourage the redevelopment. We want you to pass this today. There can be further conversations about partnering. We have some concerns about going with a land trust model on a site that is as large and as complex as this. The Indigenous housing site that people have referenced earlier on 140 Merton in Councillor Matlow's ward has been incredibly challenged over the years because they didn't have experience at building at this scale in the City of Toronto in a transit station area. We think there are ways to have joint ventures and partnerships to build that capacity in the nonprofit world, but this is a very, very complex site. We would encourage you to pass this as is, understanding that it's likely 5 to 10 years before any of this work actually starts happening in a substantial way on this site. And if people want to replace the parking on this site, understand that it is a ballpark $20 million cost to replace that parking underground on this parcel of land for the full 130 units. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mark. Are there any questions? Nope, seeing none. The next deputant I have listed is Kieran James. Kieran, I understand you're joining us online. Can you speak
Hello,
up?
can you hear me?
Perfectly. Go ahead.
Amazing. Thank you for hearing me today. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I will mainly be using my time to echo what Anika said from the Little Jamaica Community Land Trust. I worked with the Oakwood Vaughan Community Organization, and I'm here representing the Little Jamaica Community Coalition, which has worked with Buto in the past. And our organization represents Toronto Community Benefits Network, CP Planning, Oakwood Vaughan Community Organization, and the Eglinton Vaughan Community Land Trust. We also have supporting partners such as SOCA and Simon Woolner, who are a local service around food pantry and other services for the community. So I'm here to emphasize the need for a nonprofit lead. I know that the previous deputy stated the difficulty, and we have met with Creatio. We know that this is a very complex site, but we also have good relationships with Wood Green and with LEF and know their own capabilities. They've also said that coalitions of nonprofits could occur at this site to increase capacity of on the nonprofit sector. And the reason, beyond everything that Anika listed previously, that we are really strongly in favor of a nonprofit lead and of that being instated either in this council or at city council is because, or in this committee or city council, apologies, is because we have done a lot of negotiations with private developers in this area and know what that process is like. And it is very difficult to get the type of affordability in this market that is needed by the community. We've been doing research for our tenant outreach programming, and we look at the area right next to 9 Shortt Street. So this is not the precise census area of 9 Shortt Street, but of the area right next to it. We can say that the local community, according to the 2021 census, 30% of that community affordable housing would be $1,200 or below per month. And currently, city-defined affordability, the only type of unit that would meet that would be a studio apartment. So to achieve deeply affordable housing that would serve the local community and not further gentrification and displacement of the community that's affecting Black residents at much higher rate than any other community group within the neighborhood, we need deeply affordable housing at this site, and we believe that a nonprofit lead is the way to do that. We're also open to innovative solutions in terms of, as I mentioned, nonprofit coalitions, or other ways to make sure that there is power in the hands of the community to get what's needed by the community to prevent displacement. And just to round off, this is a bit more of a general comment, but I think within all of the development that's happening in this area, this project is very important because it's city-owned land. We can get a much higher level of affordability here than we can with private developers, which is amazing. However, we are just seeing a lot of displacement. Anita was speaking to retail displacement, but there's a lot of residential displacement. A lot of tenants that we are working with are being displaced, and, you know, through bad processes and being moved and evicted from their homes because there's so much development pressure in this area. And anything we can do to circumvent that displacement is of highest priority, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Kieran, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. That concludes the deputations. Are there questions of staff?
I've been here all day and I signed up this morning.
What's your name?
Vito Alcello. I think she wrote down in yellow. Maybe it's not.
I can't hear you. Did members object to having another deputation? Come on up, sir.
Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry. Somewhere there was a miscommunication. I apologize for that, but you're welcome to address.
It must be in writing because I saw her write down my name. Now I understand that
If you could just start by saying what your name is.
My name is Vito.
Into the microphone so that we can hear.
Sure. My name is Vito Alcello.
Hi, Vito.
I
Welcome.
was here this morning and I signed up.
That's fine. Go ahead. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here because I own property in the area. I'm caught in a bit of a tunnel effect in this area. This is the property at 2396 and 2398 Dufferin Street. It's in between the Legion, the corner property, and Shoppers. We get a whole lot of cleaning up to do every day, but that's okay. But I'm here today because I'm concerned about fire health and safety to this plan. The way I see the plan is that they've had no consideration with respect to how ambulance is going to arrive at my property. These are two small buildings. There's a small aisleway in between that's owned by one of the properties. The second small property is pretty much landlocked, and your development is going to landlock it even more. And that's sad. So I wanted to be here to make sure that I'm heard, and I've attended other events where I've made the same speech, but I am frightened because I've been through the system. I am an architectural designer, graduate of Ryerson. I am a realtor. I run my businesses on Dufferin Street in these buildings, and I've seen that sometimes things are overlooked. I'm here to make it very clear that I'm not going to allow these two buildings to be landlocked or left alone without the important functions of fire health and safety. Firemen need to reach the site. My people, or whatever size of people the building may become, any tenants I may have there, anybody in the public must be served. And I can't say it any stronger than what I've already done. So I worked this area. I had a different vision for this area. Unfortunately, I think this development is a little bit small. We had an opportunity to take advantage of other properties, and I tried to assemble this property. I tried to work with it. It's a very tough property to work with. That's okay. I'm happy with where it's going. I'm not here to fight what the development is being proposed. I think it's good in many ways, and I see some drawbacks. But at the end of the day, I want to make sure that this property and other properties, again, are serviced. I'm not a person who likes symmetry so much, but you know, at the Shoppers entrance, I think there's going to be loading areas, and then where my buildings are, it's similar type of property where it recesses back, and I think they're going to do some green space on it. I don't know how cars and are going to go there. I used to have vehicle traffic. It's been blocked off by a highway barrier, and I'm fighting that. And I had pedestrian traffic, which they've blocked as well. The city and TPA have blocked. So I think it's primarily the TPA. In any event, these are issues that I'm dealing with on my own, and I want to express them. But you know, this site is being mistreated, has been mistreated. I've been bullied a bit, and it's time to stop. And I think proper design has to happen. All considerations must be met, and building codes must, you know, apply, and especially that you know, the essentials arrive to the site.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for sharing that with us today. Okay, I believe that concludes our deputations. Yes? Councillor Matlow, you had some questions?
Of staff, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'll actually begin with that specific concern. Is my understanding correct that as an application would go through the review process for the site, that would be circulated to all of our first responders, and that obviously we would act on any potential concerns that whether it be EMS, fire, police, would raise, but they have an opportunity to opine.
Through the chair, Toronto Fire Services reviews applications at the site plan control application, and then all applications have to comply with Ontario Building Code, which has fire safety requirements. This application in front of us is at the rezoning stage, and it's not reviewed for those items through rezoning. Those happen at the second stage.
And if any of the first responders raised through site plan that they concurred with the concerns of the deputy and that there was something to address, how would that be responded to?
Through the chair, it would certainly be responded to and worked through the design. And again, the key test is that it meets the fire safety requirements through the Ontario Building Code.
Okay, so you're not going to allow a building to be built that fire can't get to if people are endangered.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Good to hear. And as far as the request made by the Little Jamaica Community Land Trust to have the ability to bid, is this open? Do you know, will this be open to bids along with the private sector by not-for-profit community-led initiatives like the Community Land Trust in Little Jamaica?
Through the chair, yes, it will be open to them to be able to participate in the RFP process.
Okay, good to hear. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, you had some questions?
Thanks, through you, Mr. Chair. I think we heard from Joe and Enzo and Mark that there's 130 parking spaces on the site. Can you confirm that?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Do you have a sense of utilization rate?
Through the chair, I'll turn that to Creatio for site selection information.
Yeah, through the chair, Creatio consulted with TPA and they indicated that this parking lot has low paid utilization, so generally below 70%.
Below 70% low paid utilization, but we also heard that there's no gates, it's open, and we heard, I don't know how you measure this or not, but that it's not necessarily enforced on a regular basis. Would you comment on that?
Correct.
So, well, I guess what I'm saying is if it's paid utilization rates, but it was pointed out that maybe some folks are not paying, that doesn't necessarily reflect the actual utilization of the lot. Would that be a fair sort of comment to make?
Yeah, that's fair, correct.
Okay. I've been to the site. I've actually been to the site with Mark Richardson and others. I see that there are a lot of cars parking there. Have we looked into adjacent streets like Ramsden Road? Is that a street that has permit parking issued on it? No.
Sorry, through the chair. Yes, there is on-street parking around. There's been larger discussions around that, and at this point in time, there are some on-street parking, but it's not fully studied yet to understand how much needs to be further utilized.
When you say on-street parking, I get that there's the general bylaw that allows you to park in places unless otherwise posted, but are there permits for homeowners or residents there where they can secure a permit for overnight permit parking on Ramsden Road or any of those adjacent streets?
I'm not sure, but I will take that back and confirm.
Okay. Do we have a sense of the street parking utilization in that area? And again, apologies if it's not apples to apples. In parts of the beaches, we know that, you know, there will be an issue of 105% permit allocation or 107% permit allocation of the total spaces, recognizing that not everybody's parking at the same time. Do you have a number like that for these streets?
I don't have that number at this time. I can take that back.
Okay. We heard from Jonathan, who was here on behalf of the congregation, that they had reached out and had conversations with Creatio. I think everybody appreciates that you know, this parking lot could do some heavier lifting as housing. But what sort of considerations is Creatio and others putting forward to address? I think what we've heard is a concern about the parking here. How do you manage that?
The building and the parking has been designed in a way that it can be expanded upon and dug down further to add more spots at a future point in time should funding become available.
Through the chair, I'll add to that very quickly that the bylaw itself doesn't preclude additional parking.
I'm just trying to understand. So the building's been designed in a way where you could afterwards go and dig down, so you would retroactively try and put underground parking. Is that what you were alluding to there?
No, I was referring to at the site plan application stage, if there was a desire to add more underground parking, we can do so.
Okay. And before we get to the site plan, what sort of alternative parking arrangements or parking accommodation has been floated or offered or discussed? Has any of that been done yet?
Not at this point in time, but we can do that at the SPA stage during the construction management plan submission with staff.
Okay, but for like, I'm not to belabor it, but 130 parking spaces that are going to disappear as it's proposed today. What would be the alternative? Where, because the cars are not going to stop coming. The housing needs to get built. So how do you make that work?
Through the chair, we could install a commercial lot that would address that. That would come at a significant cost and a delay to the project, but that is possible.
I appreciate that. Do you think it's important to have those sort of considerations in front of us as we move forward, rather than thinking about it after the fact once decisions are already made?
I could not answer that question.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thanks.
Thanks. I got a question or two. Oh, and okay, Councilor Nunzetta, why don't you go ahead?
Just a question to Creatio. This is a city parking lot. Now, I know the area well. So when Toronto Parking Authority, when you took over from the Toronto Parking Authority, the space, when we did a review of all the city parking lots, part of that review was to look at parking lots in the city where there wasn't a lot of revenue generated from our parking lots. And those were the parking lots, TPA parking lots that Creatio was looking at for housing.
Through the chair, this project actually came through several years before through a motion through council to consider the redevelopment of this parking spot, and it didn't come through that route of the project start.
So it didn't come through that when we moved that motion recently.
That's right.
So do we have an estimate on what is the revenue that's generated from the parking lot?
I don't have an answer at this time.
You don't? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to, first, with respect to the deputation we had from the shoppers and Loblaws, I forget exactly who the client was, there was a suggestion that we defer it. I was wondering if instead we've had conversations and could continue to have conversations leading up to the council debate. Can someone address that?
Creatio would be happy to carry on those conversations at speed.
Have there been conversations to date? Yeah.
There have been many conversations, but it sounds like there's some additional ones that we could have before council.
You got something before council. Okay. And just, I feel almost silly asking this. Broadly speaking, in an urban area, is surface parking a desirable land use? Maybe the chief planner could address that.
So through the chair, I mean, parking certainly does serve a purpose in an urban context. I think surface parking in particular is generally deemed a pretty inefficient use of land in a high density urban environment.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Another round? Oh, to speak. Sure, Councillor Matlow.
There obviously is, I mean, the motivation behind this is to use public lands that are not used as efficiently as possible to serve the greatest public interest. And we are currently in the midst of a housing crisis where more and more Torontonians are finding this expensive city completely unaffordable, and we are doing our part as a city to contribute what we can to address that pressing priority for the people we serve. We've also heard from the Eritrean Church that parking needs to be a consideration to serve their congregation, because that is beyond ideological debates over it all. That is a reality that they experience, and we can't be obtuse to that. We are hearing from the Little Jamaica Community Land Trust that this is within the Little Jamaica community, which represents many, whether it be Jamaicans, Bajans, African diaspora, Black communities in the area that have often felt abandoned and forgotten and unseen, and frankly are subject to decisions made at them and around them rather than being allowed to lead and supported to lead their own future. And they want that opportunity. And all of these are coexisting realities, and they don't need to be competitive with each other. I heard comments earlier that I thought actually were condescending with respect to the Little Jamaica Community Land Trust, that somehow they wouldn't have the ability to be successful. Why not? In fact, their bid will demonstrate whether or not they can, and they will be able to show what they can bring to the table. That's why it's open. So before writing off any of these interests, I think it's critically important. I think it's critically important to recognize that while we don't believe in alternative facts, we do accept that there are coexisting truths that can't be ignored. And for this project to be successful, all of those truths need to be considered as part of the package. I've heard from Councillor Cole's office. They recognize that work needs to be done between now, maybe that's Mike right now, and council to be able to work on some of these issues. And I commend them for that. So what I encourage us to do today is recognize that this is a priority. This is an important project. And let's support the local councillor while we support the Eritrean congregation, while we support the community land trusts, not presupposing where this is all going to go, but their interest in ensuring that voices are heard and reflected in this process. Let's work with the local community. Let's recognize what we heard, and let's put it together so that it works. And I appreciate all of staff's work on making sure that this all comes together in a way that we can be very proud of.
Thank you. I'm going to move the staff recommendations. I think this is a great project, and I look forward to the next stage, which would be the issuance of the RFP for our provider. I understand the transition of a neighborhood to increase the amount of housing or meet other public purposes sometimes means we lose parking spaces, and I understand that's difficult for people. I can't remember exactly where I saw it, but some years ago I read that there are between 2.5 and 3 parking spaces for every car in Toronto. You know, when we hit the day when there are 3 homes for every person in Toronto, then perhaps I'll be a little bit less worried about, you know, that trade-off. But for now, like the use of scarce land in the city of Toronto, when we have so many demands on land, it just strikes me that surface parking is not the top priority for the public good. I've also had a couple of good conversations with Deputy Mayor Cole and his staff on this item, and I know there's a willingness to work through, particularly to make sure that the necessary easements and access and all of that works between now and the council decision. But I don't want to get hung up on that conversation. I want to keep the momentum going. In a city where we have, I can't remember the latest number, I think it's 13,000 unhoused people every night in the city of Toronto. This is urgent work. So I want to congratulate the Affordable Housing Office, Create TO. I always forget that the Housing Development Office, it's new. And all the other city staff who've worked to get it to this point. And I really look forward to approving it at City Council. Sure, Councillor Nunziata would like to say a few things.
I don't speak for 5 minutes, you know that. Just a minute, but first of all, I echo comments from Councillor Matlow. You're absolutely correct, and I'm very pleased that you're working with the Learning Enrichment Foundation. And maybe you can work with the Mount Dennis for All as well, as you know what we're doing in Mount Dennis. I know the area well. I know the Legion, mind you, where the Shoppers Drug Mart was, it used to be a Toronto Dominion Bank. I don't know if you remember that in the 60s. Does anybody remember that? No? I used to work at that bank. That was my first job. Things have changed at Dufferin and Eglinton.
Path not taken, eh?
I was a bank teller, but I remember that. So there's been a lot of changes in that area. But I do support the application, and you know, for the local councillor, Councillor Cole, to work with the business and work with the residents in the area. And I'm sure we could come up with a compromise, because it's very important that we do affordable housing. As you know, it's very much needed in the city. So thank you to all the deputants for being here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so on the staff recommendations, all those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Okay, that takes us to PH 27.6, 405 Sherbourne Street Zoning Bylaw Amendment Decision Report. We have one deputant on this, Benjamin Hoff. I haven't seen Ben. It's been, oh my God, you snuck up on me.
Right.
Those planning consultants, man, they're sneaky. Okay, Ben, dive in.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council. My name is Benjamin Hoff.
Sorry, Ben, just hang on. I'll reset. If I could just ask, Councillor Matlow, if I could just ask anyone who needs to have conversations with the new acoustics in here, we really need to have conversations out in the hall. Sorry about that. Please start again.
No, thank you. Mr. Chair, Gord, members of council. My name is Benjamin Hoff. I'm planner in Department with Urban Strategies. I've been pleased to be assisting Toronto Community Housing and the Housing Development Office on behalf of the Housing Development Office to advance this City of Toronto project. I have a brief presentation if you'd like to see it, but I know there's a long agenda, so if we don't need to go through it, I'd be happy to just be here to answer any questions. But I would like to just take 1 second to thank staff in particular for a really kind of concise and expedited approach to the development review process. It was, I think, a great model for how we can advance approvals like this quickly and efficiently with engagement. And I think probably Valesa has a lot to do with some of that. So I want to thank all the staff involved as well as Valesa.
I find it difficult to talk about Valesa right now, so we'll just move along. Are there any questions? Nope? Okay. Thank you so much, Ben.
Thank you.
That concludes the list of deputants on this item. Are there any questions of staff? No? I'll just move the staff recommendations. Please don't leave the room, Councillor Matlow. I think you're quorum. Oh, no, sorry. Councillor Myers is on. Okay, you can go. 2 minutes? Thank you. Okay. All right. All those in favor, opposed, carried. I think I did that already. Whatever. Okay. That takes us to PH 27.8, visitor parking requirements for new development. I have 2 deputants. First, Linda Brett. Hi, Linda.
Hello. Can I put, I don't know how to turn it on. How does it get turned on?
I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm just going to get somebody. Just start and we'll work on that. Oh, here it comes. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Good after Chair and members of the committee. My name is Linda Brett, and I'm here before you on behalf of the Bloor Street East Neighbourhood Association, whose footprint is affected by Bill 185. We have three subway stations within our footprint. We also do not have a BIA in most of our footprint, so we also perform many of the functions of a BIA. Our written submission is attached to the agenda and describes in more detail who we are and who we represent, as well as a detailed analysis and recommendations. I should note that all our buildings, or most of our buildings within our catchment, are in fact infrastructure challenged. And from the start of One Bloor Street West, way back when Oren was the planner on it, we have been very interested in the deficiencies in infrastructure in new builds. So we have reviewed and completed an analysis of the report and compared it to our previous submissions and deputations going back to January 2021. We are pleased to see many of the comments we have put forward that you have in the past have been acknowledged and addressed in this report. We do, however, agree more work needs to be done, and the overhead shows our highlights our support and concerns with respect to various aspects of the report. To summarize, we support and like the idea of the possibility of a loading zone space definition to allow for more maintenance activities of the building to be accommodated. This was a major issue for us in the past, and we made a similar recommendation in 2021. And then the second one is the interaction between Bill 185 and the access and accessible parking is unclear to us. We are requesting more clarity on how disability needs will be dealt with by the city in these new builds. What option it has to negotiate for accommodation, etc., and for us to advocate on the application phase. We are also curious about the strategic parking framework and the community's opportunity to provide input. We have not heard about the strategic planning framework and wonder if perhaps the comments made or the motion made by Councillor Myers in the first item and a lot about what was talked about in the previous item might be addressed through the strategic framework. This and our submission have expressed concerns as to where visitors, trade, support workers, etc. can park off-site. This is not optional parking. This is parking needs that anybody that goes to that a building absolutely needs. It's not saying, hey, I live there, I decide to have a car, or not have a car. They have to come. you have on the agenda today the approval of conversion of one such parking lot. Therefore, we support a more comprehensive review of where these can go when we don't have parking within our buildings. So we also suggest that the shift of moving parking out of developments could add costs to the city's maintaining or providing either formally or informally the public realm, not mentioned the addition of congestion. On our streets where I live, we see actually on main streets containers to take debris from buildings that are being renovated. We had one such container at the top of Ted Rogers Way that was there for 3 years as the interiors of the apartment building was being renovated. Our final comment relates to affordability. Most of the thrust is to reduce building costs of parking spaces. However, no analysis has been done on the increased operating costs to the development, which affects the long-term affordability. Providing less expensive upfront cost is lost if residents cannot afford to live in their home. We agree that finding that the optimum is a challenge as the needs of the building and its residents are dynamic. However, a better balance needs to be achieved. Shifting the cost from the developer to the operating costs may not achieve the city's goals in providing more affordable housing. Thank you for providing us this time again to comment on this, and this concludes my comments. And again, as I congratulate Oren on his new appointment, and we've been working together for a long time. And I just had the opportunity to meet Besla last weekend, and good luck in your next endeavors.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask you a quick question. Would you do me the favor of sending this to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
And I think we have to find more creative ways to accommodate the necessary parking. And I'm not talking about me who lives in my apartment, in my building that doesn't even have a car.
Okay, thank you so much. John Boston's. Hi, John. I'm starting to think we should put a little label on the chair there for you. This is the John Boston's chair. Go ahead.
I'm not here that much. Thank you. I'm following up very much in Linda's footsteps here. We at Fontra are very concerned about the same issue, which is the problem you were in fact dealing with just a few minutes ago with 5 Shortt Street. The problem is that we as a community need more affordable housing. Agreed. Everybody agrees on that. But how do we achieve that? I mean, the big problem with affordable housing is that we stopped paying for it in the 1990s, and we've not been building affordable housing for 30 years. We're starting to change that at all levels of government, which is great. But do we need to do so at the expense of everything else? That's the question. And the problem here with visitor parking and pickup spaces, et cetera, is that we've got to find some way of getting to a compromise on this issue. I mean, we agreed we should not be requiring developers to build unnecessary amounts of parking, which is what we were doing. You're quite correct. I mean, the number of unused parking spaces is a real issue. However, in a building that's built with no parking spaces, except for maybe 3 visitor spots, we have a problem. That is a problem for people that are the elderly. It's a problem for the handicapped. And there's a broader problem as well, thanks to the move to more and more mobile deliveries of needing drop-off spaces. So I just want to stress the fact that the current solution, as you said, maybe we should all be writing to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, but the current solution of zero parking and essentially almost no visitor parking and limited drop-off space means that we are exporting the problem onto the streets. It's not just an issue of the need for parking on-street parking in the adjacent neighborhoods. It's also an issue of how does somebody get picked up in a building? On Yonge Street right now, with bike lanes and the reduction of traffic effectively to be only a 2-lane road, if somebody stops to pick up somebody who is disabled, that's blocking traffic for a significant period of time. All I'm saying is that what we are doing is essentially trying to, in order to reduce the cost of housing, trying to shift costs onto somebody else. And we need to find a better compromise. What I want to argue is simply to support the staff recommendation that they go and see what they can do with expanding the role of loading zones to become more effective drop-off and pickup areas. We need creativity here. And so I just simply want to endorse the staff recommendation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any questions? John, as always, thank you.
Thank you.
That completes the list of deputants I have on this item. Are there any questions of staff? No? So Councillor Nunziata is moving the staff recommendations. I'm just going to very quickly comment. As John said, the staff have actually done something really clever and creative here. The province has basically made it illegal for us to do what members of the community are asking us to do with their major transit station area policies. So I think it's actually kind of transformative to think about the traditional loading zone in a new way as the use of vehicles has evolved to something different where we have a lot more delivery and drop off than we used to. So well done, you creative people over there. Okay, so I'll be, Councillor Nunziata has moved the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed, if any, that carries. Okay, that takes us to item PH 27.9, which is residential housing and dwelling room replacements supporting tenants with additional housing barriers. We have some deputants. First is Melissa Goldstein. I thought I saw Melissa earlier in the day. Oh, there you are. Just in time, Melissa. Yeah, I saw you come in and I thought better make her depute right now. Right now. We're all waiting.
I'm really sorry, everybody. And I can't see my screen. And good afternoon, everybody. Unfortunately, I've got a lot of recent experience being forced from my home because my landlord wants my housing for their own purposes. So I know what it's like to have to pack up your life while also just trying to secure a new place to live. How hard it is to not just have to find suitable housing, but the challenge of getting a landlord to choose you over all the other tenants looking. They say that looking for a job is a full-time job, but so is looking for a place to live, and so is preparing to move. So when a landlord forces you to move, that's 2 full-time jobs that they're suddenly adding to your plate on top of whatever else you happen to have going on. Because you can't reschedule to a time that's more convenient for you. Everything has to happen according to their timeline, not yours. And I have relatively few challenges when it comes to all the things involved in a forced move. And I had a lot of trouble securing a new home because of a landlord's own use eviction last year. It took me 4 months of viewing and applying for places before I was finally able to convince the landlord to rent to me and to secure something that met my needs. And that's on top of packing and downsizing and everything else. It completely disrupted my life. So for people with disabilities, for people on OW and ODSP, for seniors, for single parents with young kids, the challenges involved can be insurmountable. Insurmountable without additional help. which is why we have a policy that provides vulnerable tenants with additional financial support on top of the standard amount that not vulnerable tenants are entitled to. An amount that's the equivalent of 4 months average market rent, or about $6,000. The problem is that financial support is more helpful for some tenants than others. Tenants on OW and ODSP, for example, will see half their total compensation amount clawed back by the province if they aren't kicked off social assistance altogether, leaving them with few options besides homelessness. So we need to change the current policy that will ensure that the tenants who benefit from extra financial support will continue to get it, and we need to changes to ensure that the tenants on OW and ODSP will be able to maintain their social assistance and secure alternate housing that they will be able to afford on their fixed incomes until their replacement units are ready. We also need to ensure that tenants are able to navigate the complicated and confusing administrative processes involved in securing both the tenant assistance and the replacement unit that they're entitled to, which is something that all tenants find quite challenging. Staff have committed to replacing for-profit leasing agents with developer-funded, and I added this, so apparently not developer-funded, but independent nonprofit tenant support coordinators who would have the skills necessary to provide the kind of support that tenants need to successfully navigate the confusing and complicated tenant relocation assistance requirements and secure temporary housing. These coordinators would help tenants fill out paperwork, help them access the services and supports they need, help them secure suitable alternate housing, and help them secure a move into a replacement unit. Other changes being proposed today are simple things that should have already been happening. Language translation of materials, ensuring that tenants with disabilities are prioritized when accessible units are being allocated. And so I think that was as far as I got with my writing my deputation. So all this to say is that what we have in place right now is good, but it needs to be improved. I think the priority needs to be on ensuring that tenants on OW and ODSP are able to actually secure alternate housing and they don't end up homeless. I'm very worried that these tenants are going to fall through the cracks. And so I think that what staff are proposing is good, but it needs to benefit all of the tenants that are currently in the pipeline who don't have completed S111 agreements, and that we really need to make sure that we don't end up contributing to increasing homelessness by having a policy that is not adequate for these particular vulnerable tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Melissa? No? Melissa, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Megan Key. Megan, I understand you're online. Oh, there you are. Hi, welcome. You've got 5 minutes. You can start whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Wish I could be there in person with you today. My name is Megan, and I'm a volunteer with No Dem Evictions. I'm an able-bodied person of privilege who's not considered vulnerable, but working full-time with a 9-month-old at home, I can tell you that finding a new home, packing, and moving would put me over the edge. So I can't imagine the challenges that seniors, people with disabilities, single parents, or other intersectional groups face during a no-fault eviction. That is why doing the bare minimum for vulnerable tenants is not an option, and caving to the pressures of developers to do less is not an option. We need to keep the 4 months of average market rent compensation. We need to make sure that a tenant needs assessment is done door to door. We need to ditch the commission-based leasing agent and set up a tenant support coordinator role. And we need to apply these supports to every building that has yet to finalize their S111 agreements, including post-application tenants. It is not only our collective moral duty to protect and house the most vulnerable in our communities, but our financial duty as well. If we do not act now and support these tenants, taxpayers will be forced to subsidize even greater costs later on. The Building Industry and Land Development Association, or BUILD, does not want any of these additional supports for vulnerable tenants, citing the current economic environment, that things are just too hard for developers right now. But if a couple thousand extra dollars for the small percentage of tenants who qualify for these supports makes your project unviable, then your project is not viable to begin with. Developers like 10 Block don't want to pay for the harm that they are causing tenants. But if we can provide the support that tenants need to ensure that they don't end up homeless, is it not our moral obligation to do so? We are all becoming more and more vulnerable. In Ontario, over the last year, homelessness rose by 8%, and more than 1 million people relied on food banks. And a report that was released by the Maytree Foundation less than 24 hours ago showed that the number of homeless ODSP and OW recipients in Ontario has surged by 72% since 2019. So I urge every single councillor here today to meet the moment. If this item is deferred, I urge you to implement the alternative rent gap administration immediately, to add on to what Melissa was saying, to ensure that people struggling on ODSP and OW do not have their benefits clawed back. Since my first deputation at City Hall 3 years ago, I have come to understand how policy can be swayed by the interests of corporate landlords and developers. Their voices are louder, their influence is bigger, and their wallets are deeper. But 4 months of rent compensation and support for a tenant is life-changing. 4 months of rent compensation and support to a developer is a drop in the bucket. The moral choice here is clear. So please accept the recommendations that No Dem Evictions has made through our submission, and risk providing potentially too many supports, because the cost of providing too few supports is too high. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Thank you so much for your deputation. Next, I have Walid Kogali Ali.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Walid Kogali Ali. I am the co-chair of the Regent Park Neighborhood Association and also the project lead for the Empowered Tenants project. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I just want to begin by acknowledging that item PH 27.9 is primarily focused on market rental housing and dwelling room replacement. I appreciate that intent, and I support the goal of strengthening tenant protections with the private rental market. However, I'm here today to urge the committee to consider this item in the full context of the eviction crisis unfolding across Toronto, a crisis that is no longer confined to market housing and which is now deeply impacting the most vulnerable tenants in our city, including those living in Toronto community housing. Across Toronto, evictions are rising sharply. Let's talk about what's happening in social housing, a housing of last resort. We're seeing a record number of evictions for rent arrears, often involving seniors, people with disabilities, newcomers, and families already living on the edge of crisis. Unfortunately, this is not new. More than a decade ago, the Al Gosling Inquiry examined the eviction of an elderly Toronto community housing tenant who was evicted over rent arrears linked to administrative failures, and who later died after experiencing homelessness. That inquiry reached conclusions that remain painfully relevant today. It found that evictions are being treated as procedural outcomes, not human crisis. Vulnerable tenants were not consistently contacted in meaningful ways before eviction proceedings advanced. Eviction prevention policies existed, but were unevenly applied and weakly enforced. And there was a lack of accountability to ensure eviction truly remained a last resort. The inquiry's central warning was clear, my friends. When systems prioritize process over people, eviction becomes a pipeline into harm and sometimes into death. Yet today, we are seeing those same patterns repeat. While PH 27.9 focuses on replacement and relocation in the market rental system, the principles undermining this item, specifically tenant stability, proactive support, and protection for those with additional housing barriers, must apply across the entire housing continuum, including social housing. We cannot continue to design policy silos where Market tenants receive layered protections and relocation supports, while social housing tenants who face the greatest vulnerability are evicted through administrative failures, income disruptions, or unmet support needs. The Al Gosling inquiry taught us that eviction prevention is not simply a housing issue, it is a public health issue, a human rights issue, and a systems accountability issue. So today, we urge this committee to, 1, explicitly recognize the eviction crisis across both market and social housing in the framing and implementation of PH 27.9, direct staff to align tenant protection principles across housing systems, including Toronto Community Housing, reaffirm that eviction must be the absolute last resort, especially for tenants with additional housing barriers, and ensure that lessons of Al Gosling inquiry are not treated as historical footnotes, but as a living policy obligations. Toronto cannot afford to relearn these lessons through loss, displacement, and preventable harm. So before I conclude, I actually just received an email from Tribunals Ontario. I filed a Freedom of Information request, and I'll be speaking to this data that I just received from the province of Ontario at a future meeting. But what was outstanding was that between January 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2025, we had 674 applications for evictions from Toronto Community Housing. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, the next deputant I have listed is Miso Choi. Miso, I understand you're online.
Hello?
Hi, Miso, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. So I'll start to not waste any time here. I don't know if my video isn't working, but that's okay. Okay, so good afternoon, members of the Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Miso Choi. I'm a volunteer with No Dem Evictions, a member of my Tenants Association, and I'm speaking today as a tenant with a disability on behalf of my elderly and disabled parents and my sister, who also has a disability. All of us are facing dem eviction, and the proposed changes to the city's vulnerable tenant policy will significantly affect our lives. So first, I want to commend city staff for a thoughtful and well-executed consultation process, and I support several of the proposed changes, particularly the new requirement that developers provide alternate units for tenants receiving income-based government assistance. This is a critical step toward ensuring that the most acutely vulnerable tenants remain housed throughout the dem eviction process. Another proposed change that I strongly support and believe is long overdue is the city's commitment to working with the province to ensure that OW and ODSP are not clawed back or removed entirely due to dem eviction related compensation. My mom receives ODSP, and having this essential income reduced or eliminated, especially during an already destabilizing process like dem eviction, would be devastating. However, I do not support the proposal to eliminate the additional compensation for vulnerable tenants and replace it with in-kind services provided by largely developer-hired leasing agents. While the intention behind these services is sound, the implementation is deeply flawed. The model relies heavily on leasing agents, yet there are no established qualifications, professional standards, or accountability measures for them. They typically do not have the expertise needed for the complex case management this policy requires. Tenants I've spoken with have shared troubling examples, such as leasing agents showing only non-rent controlled condo units because they stand to earn commissions. This is a clear conflict of interest. Leasing agents are neither qualified nor structurally motivated to act in the best interests of vulnerable tenants. I'm also concerned that assigning just one leasing agent per redevelopment particularly in projects involving hundreds of tenants, cannot possibly provide the level of support envisioned by the updated policy. To truly meet the needs of vulnerable tenants, the city must accelerate the development of a housing support caseworker model. This model is essential to meet the complex needs of vulnerable tenants and to ensure continuity, quality, and accountability in service delivery. Finally, I'm deeply concerned that these policy updates will apply only to tenants in new redevelopment applications, post-application tenants, and those already far along in the demoviction process, many of whom are already overwhelmed and vulnerable, will be excluded from these protections. This leaves them at significantly increased risk of discrimination, displacement, and even homelessness. For these reasons, I do believe additional time is needed to carefully consider the compensation question, especially in the absence of a housing support caseworker model. Removing additional compensation and relying on inadequately trained leasing agents will endanger vulnerable tenants. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you. Are there any questions for Miso? No, Miso, thanks so much for sharing that with us. The next deputant I have listed is Miguel Avila Velarde. Miguel, I understand you're online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Miguel. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, guys. Quickly, I am on my way out. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stick to the 3 minutes. I'm here in support of the evictions in regards to the question of compensation, the 4-month compensation you are trying to remove. I'm also here to speak on behalf of the letter that Wally has submitted with regards to the current evictions of TCSC tenants that are facing barriers. And lastly, I will say that I have submitted my notes on writing so that everybody in this council can take a look at it. So unfortunately, I'm on my way out, but have a great conversation on this important topic.
And you enjoy your time out.
Thank you, sir. Thank
okay. Given that he's running out, I guess we'll skip the question portion. All right. I think that's all the deputants I have listed for this item. Yes? No, that's there in error. Okay. You may remember there was someone earlier who was wondering why they were put on the wrong item. I see, yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna start with a question of staff. An earlier deputant made an assertion that social housing is not covered under either our current program or your proposed new program. Is that accurate?
To the chair, existing social housing is covered both by our official plan policies and our municipal code, which requires the replacement of those social housing units. TCHC has provided really wraparound supports and in-kind supports for those tenants to make sure that they stay housed through the revitalization process.
Okay, so let's pretend that neither one of us knows anything about planning. The rules that we have apply to private developers and TCHC, both, right?
That's correct.
Okay, that was my question. Are there any other questions of staff? No? Councillor Matlow, I understand you want to speak?
Yes, you'll see the motion in front of you in a moment. With all intents and purposes, it's about referring the item and asking for a report on the items that you see in front of you. The reason for this is that, well, I recognize that staff have done, I think, an excellent job in responding to our request to strengthen our ability to protect tenants through Section 111 of the City of Toronto Act. Some of the recommendations that they brought forward simply are not ready to come out of the oven. One significant concern that I heard from tenant advocates, some of whom you've heard from today, and I share these concerns, is the suggestion that that the 4 months be removed and then instead put in place the ability of the landlord through their leasing agent to somehow have the expertise or burden, depending on your perspective, to then provide certain social services to the most vulnerable tenants. I think it's unreasonable toward the landlord, and I think it's unfair to the tenants, given that they are now reliant on the leasing agent of a landlord to provide those services, and they're missing out on their existing right for the 4 months rent. I don't want something taken away unless there is a reasonable, fair, and just replacement that the average tenant would see as that. Currently, they do not. What they see is that the 4 months is being taken away, one of the few rights, frankly, that tenants have entrenched, and then replaced with something that doesn't make sense, and I would even skeptically say would not be functional. Neither, it wouldn't be good for the tenant, and frankly, from our conversations, even with Build, I must say, they're not asking for this either. So I don't know who's asking for it, but it's not ready. So let's go back, let's work on it, and then come back with something that I think might be ready to support.
Are there any questions of the mover? No, seeing none, I'm just going to speak quickly to the item. With some reluctance, I'm going to be supporting Councillor Matlow's motion. I agree that what's in front of us has some risks. I was hoping we could make progress, and I think there's some progress in the report, but it's one of those difficult things. Do we make things a bit better, or do we try to get it completely right? So I'll be supporting that. I did want to take a moment, though, and really underscore the point made by staff when I asked them questions. The protections in the official plan under Section 111 make it very clear that it applies both to private landlords and it also applies to tenants. Right now, I've got a circumstance at Swansea Mews where TCHC is going to be replacing all those units, and we're requiring them to do it using the same set of rules that we would apply to a private landowner. One of the real difficulties about being a public official is trying to get to the substance of an issue when there's a lot of noise with people making false and trumped up claims. And I'm really disappointed that Waleed came in and said something that's just plain wrong. Just plain wrong. It obscures the important work that we're doing. It misleads people as to the nature of the problem. I mean, and fundamentally, I think what we should all be noticing is that once again, the City of Toronto's having to look at all the tools we have to try to solve problems that the province is creating with their systems. Imagine if we had a robust social assistance system. Imagine if the social assistance rates for OW and ODSP were sufficient that people could go and get housing. These enormous policy failures by the province of Ontario force the City of Toronto to do into contortions like using the Planning Act to try to deal with the fact that we have a barbaric and inhumane social assistance system in the province of Ontario. We'll keep trying, but I'm just going to call on everyone in Toronto. Do not let your members of provincial parliament off the hook for these kinds of problems that they're creating. Okay. With that, we have Councillor Matlow's motion. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Alrighty. Members, you will recall that at the beginning of the meeting, I introduced a new item, PH 27.20. And the idea here was there are 4 refusal reports in front of us dealing with various employment lands and efforts by private developers to convert them to other uses. I felt it was important that we have an opportunity to debate the overarching policy issue. And so I've written a letter and put it on the agenda. And since I did that, I've had 3 of the people who were planning to depute on specific items ask instead to speak on the general item. Oh, and there we go, another one. Okay, Brenda, I'm gonna make a note of that. So with that, I'm gonna call the first deputant on page 27.20, Alex Baheshi. Hi, Alex, how are you today?
I'm good, thank you, Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. My name is Alex Baheshi. I am Director of Housing and Land Use Policy at the Toronto Region Board of Trade, which is the voice of business for Canada's largest regional economy. The board supports the recommendation of the chair to request the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to approve Official Plan Amendment 804 and to engage with stakeholders to protect Toronto's employment lands. The board's mission is to make Toronto one of the most competitive and sought-after business regions in the world. Ensuring a long-term supply of protected employment lands is critical to enabling businesses to locate, grow, and invest in the region, which in turn creates jobs that stimulate local economies. In May of 2025, through a submission to the Planning Housing Committee, the board acknowledged that OPA 804 was brought forward by the city to conform to provincial planning policies and regulations, particularly provisions that redefine employment areas to exclude commercial office and institutional uses. The board remains concerned that site-specific conversion applications are continuing to proceed while OPA 804 remains before the minister, reinforcing the need for clear and timely provincial direction on employment land conversions. This pattern risks weakening the stability and long-term role of employment lands by increasing the likelihood of land use conflicts. These conflicts can limit how businesses can operate and grow, increasing risks that reduce the confidence needed for future employment investments to occur. Employment land conversions are not only about whether people can live in a healthy and safe environment, although that is important. It is also about whether businesses can continue to function without additional costs being imposed through restrictions on commercial and industrial activity, increased compliance requirements, and pressures to modify existing operations over time. The board continues to advocate for a region-wide pause to all conversions, until the provincial government has developed an employment lands planning framework that assesses them from a comprehensive perspective. Impacts to economic viability cannot be easily determined on a site-by-site basis because mitigation measures included in individual applications do not account for long-term constraints on business operations across an entire employment area. The recommendations from Race for Space released by the board in November 2023 remain relevant today. This report provides the building blocks to develop a robust framework to permanently protect critical employment lands, evaluate the cumulative impact on conversions, and create a regional employment land inventory to underpin policy and business investment decisions. We look forward to continued collaboration to ensure land use planning advocates both housing and economic priorities critical to our region's success. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex, I got a question for you. I just want to make sure that I've understood the essence of what you're saying. You and the Toronto Regional Board of Trade are encouraging the City of Toronto and the province to use our planning powers to make sure that we protect broader public policy goals, like the ability to create jobs, instead of just deregulating for housing at all costs. Is that correct?
That is correct. The board's position is to support the city with OPA 804, which is a conformity exercise in relation to Bill 97 and the whole area of employment, a new paradigm we're under. The board's position is that's frankly suboptimal. It's kind of the best of the worst options. What we really want to see is hard protections for employment lands because once they're gone, they're gone. The Board of Trade is not opposed to all employment land conversions. We noted in our report in 2023 that we did support Downsview, but when we do have employment land conversions, those really need to be thought out. We need to take careful consideration, and there must be greater city building objectives towards those lands. So in the case of Downsview, we're getting some affordable housing. But these site-by-site conversions, they create a kind of cadence problem, if you will, for the local employers. The previous MCR process, or Municipal Comprehensive Review process, happened once every 5 years. We'd get all the applications, we would look at them cumulatively to understand how they impact employment areas. But these site-by-site conversions don't allow for that. It means businesses are constantly having their attention taxed towards what are the impacts of a new nearby residential use.
Thank you, Alex. It's really refreshing to hear you say that. Are there any other questions for Alex? No? Thank you for your deputation.
Thank you.
Paul Scrivener. Oh, and I guess Paul and Norman, you're coming together? Do you want 5 minutes each or 10 together? What do you want to do? Five together? Okay.
It's been a long day, folks, so we'll try to move through this quickly. Thank you very much.
Can you make sure the microphone's green in front of you?
It was green. It was.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. It's been a long day. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. Norm Cheeseman, Paul Scrivener, you know Paul well from many appearances here, I'm sure. And first of all, we had offered to depute collectively on the 4 applications, but with the addition of this agenda item, it makes it more appropriate that we speak to the general issue of the importance of employment lands, which was our intention. We were not going to address any of the specifics of the applications per se. Toronto Industry Network represents roughly 20 companies, 20 manufacturers in the Toronto area, accompanied by 3 business associations. We employ a lot of people, we buy a lot of services, and our members cover a number of different industry sectors, pharmaceuticals, food, chemicals, welding equipment, aggregate, the full gamut. So we are very, very concerned about the importance of employment lands, obviously, and really welcome the focus of this item and Chairman, your letter on this topic. Let me state by saying we absolutely support you going forward to the Land Tribunal to appeal these applications. We won't, again, address the specifics, but our main concern is the erosion of employment lands. We all know what's happened in the change in the legislation in the last couple of years that basically really restricted what can be considered an employment land, and to the points that were made prior to me speaking, Alex made, that we're now faced with much more difficult circumstances in protecting those lands. Employers or manufacturers are now forced to mitigate, they're forced to defend their interests at the tribunal, and there really isn't any power for the city now to take these applications and do anything with them. We have supported OPA 804. We met with Minister Flack's staff last summer. We're hoping to do that again soon. I absolutely think that while it's not a perfect solution, it's certainly something that is urgently needed, and we endorse and will work hard with both the city and with other business groups to move that forward. So where do we go here? I think the other thing that the real concern also is the fact that these applications now can come in because of the absence of the MCR process. They're now coming in 4 of them today, probably another 30 possibly in the next few months, who knows. And again, we're going to be back here. You're going to be looking at having to spend time and energy, as will staff, dealing with these things when you could be working with business community in helping define and promote Toronto and the interests that we could attract investment here. The other thing I think it's worth mentioning is that the land needs assessment that was done a couple of years ago has already documented there's plenty of land for the next 40 years for housing. here in Toronto. And I think that's a point that has to be made to the province. I'm sure they may know about it, but I think we have to pound the table on that. And the problem is that if a manufacturing entity does not have the confidence in the rules of the game, they are going to look at either shifting investments elsewhere or not moving ahead with investments that they might well have made in the city. And again, I'm not sure that the provincial officials, when in good intentions, tried to promote greater housing, they really have left employment lands in great jeopardy. So we want to work on that. The other thing that we are concerned about, and we have spoken to Ontario officials about this, is we really need to redefine, and I think there's some openness to taking a look at the definition of employment lands. I think they realize it may be a little bit tight. We've put forward some ideas, and we hope to advance those discussions with both officials and political staff in the next little while. So in the longer term, we do need some modifications to legislation, but certainly in the short term, we do need 804. And finally, I would just say we're happy to work with the city and with other business groups in advancing, changes to this. And we totally, I just want to reiterate, from my limited experience, I've only been on this now less than a year. I certainly see the support of city staff on these issues and council, and we're happy to work with you.
Thank you for the deputation and for that offer. We'll be taking you up on it.
Sure you will.
Just a quick question. I mean, for me, we're in a moment where Canada is having to consider reorienting its economy and trying to build up our own manufacturing base. I guess colloquially, would you say that getting our elbows up involves protecting employment lands?
I think the answer there is yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks very much. Are there any other questions? No, I really do appreciate you guys quickly responding and deputing on this item. I saw Brenda Lebretz, you put your hand up. You want to move your deputation onto this item? Yeah? Okay.
Thank you. Jim and I are here representing Scarborough Community Renewal Organization, as you're aware. And I thank you for putting this on, Mr. Chairman, because it's very appropriate and it's long overdue. I've been fighting so many rezonings, I have to say, over the years, over 40 years of dealing with this issue, which has now come to a really serious issue or serious concern. At SCRO, we actually recommended in our comments a similar approach to you, that this is a serious problem the city has, actually the whole region and the province, that retaining employment lands is really something important for the economic health of Toronto, and we really do need a employment land retention strategy of sorts. It's exactly what you're describing, and by the way, it was very well written. I have to say that the citywide implications of the 4 that are here today, they're not in Scarborough, but we're here because we understand the implications citywide, and this is not going to stop. They're going to keep coming up. It's a whack-a-mole, and certainly is a concern. So from our perspective, we were here on the Etobicoke, South Etobicoke ones in particular, the Ontario Food Terminal. I mean, I remember when I was commissioner here, or GM, that was under threat. It continues to be under threat, and at this point in time, we've managed to keep the food terminal active in there, but it concerns me that this has to keep happening, and I'm really pleased to see this, and I really hope council will support it. We do want to go on record that we do support the recommendation of staff on all those 4 applications, and that we do believe that this is an important endeavor, and SCRO would be happy to participating into this. And as a retired person and a volunteer, I'm always happy to put support behind something like this because it benefits the city overall. I think that's about it. I agree. The withdrawal of MCR is just open season. So, but I appreciate the fact that you've done this so that we can combine our deputation from 4 into the 1.
I've been on the Scarborough board for 4 or 5 years, and this is a constant topic for the last 4 or 5 years to protect employment. And if you know my previous life, I was an expert in consultation. And one of the best consultations I heard among many was one gentleman at a Scarborough consultation said, if I don't have a job, I don't need a place to live, so I need to have the job first. What an important gem of a thing to say. And I happen to have the transcript from a speech written by a fellow named Mark who was delivered 2 days ago. Mark, somebody, nice guy. The most important thing from that is if we must act together, because if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So let's act together on this and keep on moving to get this employment land thing fixed. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. And just for the benefit of the clerk, I want to have you confirm out loud, this counts for your deputation. You don't need to speak on all 4?
That's correct. Yeah. Just our correspondence related to each 4 are on the public record and they stand, but we don't need to come back up here.
That's same for me, exactly. And one more thing, just on the food terminal. Previous life, I was an incident commander too for the province of Ontario. So large emergencies such as forest fires, floods, and ice storms, we would have 1,000 staff in the middle of nowhere on those emergencies. We required the food terminal to provide us 3 to 4 trucks a day to those things. So it wasn't just the grocery stores that the food terminal provides us. They provide emergencies across Ontario with the food they need to deliver the services for those emergencies. So it's another important aspect of the food terminal.
I did not know that. Thank you very much for sharing that. Are there any other questions for Brenda and Jim?
Is there anything you haven't done, Jim?
I haven't retired yet. I really got to retire one of these days.
By the way, Sarah says hi.
Yeah, say hi to her. I love Sarah. She was a staff of mine when I was at Ontario Nature. Yeah.
Okay. So that's all the deputations I have listed on this item. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask staff a question. So to the Economic Development Department, we've heard from the Toronto Board of Trade, the Toronto Industry Network, the Scarborough SCAN. We've heard from SCAN and received quite a bit of correspondence on this. Generally speaking, is what you're hearing according with your own position?
To you, Chair, absolutely. The position of economic development and culture is that employment lands are a critical input to Toronto's economy. They currently compose 12% of our land mass, but compose 30% of our businesses, 25% of our jobs. Of those 25% of jobs, 92% of manufacturing jobs. 67% of those jobs are in essential industries. And many of those jobs have low barriers to entry, so they're critical for access to the middle class for many people in Toronto, particularly newcomers. We also think that the trend line is incredibly worrying. While at 12% of the land mass now, that's down 13% in the last 14 years. And we've heard about the changes in provincial legislation that are accelerating that trend, so we're really worried about the trend. We also think while these lands were always important, even more so now for the reasons that you yourself have cited, trade disruption that requires us to reinforce our domestic manufacturing capacity. And even prior to that, there were conversations since the pandemic about nearshoring to ensure that we had access, particularly to essential goods and services in the face of whatever crisis. So for ECDEV, we are absolutely in alignment with organizations like SCRO, like TIN, like some of the film sector clients who've been here and support their position.
Thank you. And just between us, have you got any good writers on your staff?
To you as chair, Candice Vellante was a great resource in pulling together some of these arguments this week, and she's sitting here beside me. I'd like to recognize her for that work.
Thank you, Candice. Okay, are there any other questions of staff? No? Does anyone wish to speak to the item? I think I've made my views clear. No? Okay. You know what? I'm going to ask for a recorded vote on this. All those in favor? Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Myers, Councillor Matlow, and myself and the chair, that's unanimous. Okay. Moving right along. We'll go to PH 2710, which is 20 Leslie Street, Official Plan Amendment Appeal Report. All 4 deputants on that have withdrawn their request because they spoke to the previous item. So we'll go straight to questions of staff. Does anyone have any questions of staff on this item?
Yes.
I thought you might. Councillor Fletcher.
This is, what item is it? 15, 13? Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. I thought Councillor Nunziata was asking you a question. This is actually in employment area. It's a significant one, but it also is related to film. It was called the Studio District. So I know that a number of people have written in, and there's been deputations, and at the public meeting that we had, there were concerns about the impact on the film industry, and I'm wondering if staff are sharing that concern.
To the chair, staff with economic development and culture absolutely are concerned about preserving film and creative industries uses in the south of eastern employment area and are opposed to the conversion of the 20 Leslie site.
And I gather there was a settlement on the, well, I'll call it the Freshco site, the Price Chopper site, the Tim's and Wendy's site. Was that during COVID that settlement took place that allowed that for residential? I guess that's to planning. It's beside 20 Leslie. It's right next door. Corner of Leslie and Lakeshore. Can you hold my time, please?
Through the chair, are you referring to 731 Eastern that was at the OLT last year, 2 years ago?
I guess they're calling it 731 Eastern, but it is only a driveway. It's only a driveway. So it's a large site, correct?
It's a large site, correct, yeah. The OLT approved that.
Pardon me?
The OLT approved that conversion request.
And at that point, the OLT approved that conversion request, which had been in the pipeline for quite a while. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify, Councillor, it wasn't a settlement, it was a contested hearing.
Yeah. It was a contested hearing.
I just want to be clear.
But it didn't come to council because they'd appealed it. Is that right? There was no meeting.
I'm not sure about that, but if they appealed for lack of decision in the time frame or not, I don't know, I'm sorry. But I know it was a contested hearing. It wasn't a settlement.
The original application was put in what year? I'm just interested. It's a bit of a zone, so now it's from Lakeshore all the way up to the little street, whose name I can't remember, but it's a fairly large chunk that we're talking about at that corner if 20 Leslie gets added in. So that was a long-standing conversion request. It's from Greenwood, I believe, for that site.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then this is, who was advised at that point? Film industry, just around that particular OLT? Just a matter of fact or a matter of course, or was something special undertaken at that moment in time? As to both of these are connected. They're basically within the same little quadrant.
Yeah, I can confirm that they are in the same little quadrant. And just to be clear, it was a 2024 hearing at the Ontario Land Tribunal on 731 Eastern. I just wanted to clarify that.
And the original application was?
That I don't know. I would ask City Planning would have a better sense of that than me. I'm sorry.
That was an original OPA 231 application for a conversion.
And the date?
If it was an original OPA 231 application, that would go back to 2013 potentially.
Yes, so it was many, many years, yes. And then the appeal was for that.
Yes.
And
it was finally heard in 2024.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Are there any other questions of staff? No? Seeing none, does anyone wish to speak to the item?
I'll just say that I think this is a very difficult situation, and I'm very happy to see all of the deputants here to defend employment. I think it's even more important now with the world economic situation and the decision and the direction in the country to do things domestically. It's very important that we have locations to do things domestically and provide jobs and employment in the City of Toronto. Not only that, but the province of Ontario. So I'm having a little trouble with the conversion approach from the province of Ontario, because our elbows are supposed to be up and we're supposed to be having our job creation strategy, local and a Canadian job creation strategy. So the attention to this was great. I do have a little problem, and I will tell you what that is, Mr. Chair, as far as when there's, the other one had been a 2013 application, which had certainly not going to be approved, and then it was heard in 2024. This one we have today, 20 Leslie Street, was a standalone application. There was this community meeting about that, and this is the statutory meeting. I'm finding it difficult with our new process, which is we don't have a preliminary report, we go straight here, that folks that were at that meeting, and there were at least 40 of them, were very concerned about this application that we're hearing here today. And there's no provision to tell people that it is happening, that this is being heard here. And I should have asked that question, but I will at council. There must be a way to have at least, they've all signed in, they all think they're going to be advised, and then they're not advised. So that is a little bit of a hole in our process, because I do think they have the right to be advised after going there, even if this is now an appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, which we are hearing here today. So in all of our processes, and I don't think we're completely free of guilt here, we've moved the public out of having an opinion over and over and over again, starting with preliminary reports, no précis of preliminary reports. Don't tell anybody that this is happening, because we don't have a requirement to, but I think we have a moral obligation to let people know that have been involved up to that point, that they can come here, that they can follow this. So I'm very happy that the community has been mobilized around employment lands. I'm very unhappy about what the province is doing around employment lands. It does not seem to really jibe with throwing out all the Crown Royal because they're closing a factory.
Where would Crown Royal go if they came to Toronto?
They could come here to 20 Leslie Street, Councillor, or they could come to the Freshco site, because they would be zoned for Crown Royal. We have many places that would be zoned for Crown Royal, but unfortunately, on one hand, we're crying because they're closing and dumping it. On the other hand, we're converting everything where Crown Royal could go. So this is a dichotomy. It's just, I don't know what it really is, but it's a big problem. And I think our part of the problem is nobody knows. They're in the dark. We have no obligation to tell people this application is here, and I think that's a real failing that we need to fix. Councillor Perks, Chair.
Thank you. I'm just going to say a quick word, because I know Councillor Nunziata has a commitment pretty soon. One of the things about this one in particular that I think is important, people don't understand the extent to which the Toronto economy relies on the food industry. It's actually one of our key sectors. We sit in the middle of great agricultural land and benefit from that, but processing it into food and transporting it and so on is one of the reasons why we have such a thriving Main Street culture in the City of Toronto with so many great restaurants. It's why we're able to feed people serving in emergencies. It's a key economic sector for the City of Toronto. And the fact that the province of Ontario just continues to be oblivious to this is really quite distressing. And I hope that city staff defend this particular site as vigorously as possible. Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong one. Oh. The film industry.
And this site too. Food and film.
The film industry is so important.
Food, film, and finance are the three big industries in our city.
Toronto's the FF economy. Oh my God.
3 Fs.
Okay, I have been chairing meetings pretty much every waking hour for the last 3 days, and I'm sorry. I had a little bit of mission drift in my head there.
So I'll move the recommendation.
Francis is going to move the recommendation on the FF report. This is the first F. Film first?
Then there's a second, food F.
And food final. Film first, food final. Okay, all right. I think I've got it straight now. All those in favor, opposed, carried.
And Mr. Chair, as I said.
Yeah, I know you do. Wait, I don't think we have quorum anymore.
No, there is. The three of
I need 4.
No, 3 is.
No, it's 4.
Where's Brad?
I don't know where Brad and Vince are.
Vince is in his office.
Is Vince in his office?
Yeah.
I'll call him.
I thought.
Okay, Councillor Nunziata has imposed a silence rule. We do have one deputant, though, on this item, which is Sarah Elton. Sarah, you're online. The silence rule doesn't apply to you. No. Sarah, I understand you're connected to the meeting. Are you sure that you've unmuted yourself?
Yeah. We're not disclosing.
Sarah, we see that you're unmuted. Are you close to your microphone? Is it properly connected?
Oh shit, spray. Why?
There you are. Hi, Sarah.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm joining you from my classroom, which is why I did not hear you calling me right away. But so I will jump right in. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sarah Elton. I'm a professor at the University of Toronto's Dalla Lana School of Public Health, and I research food systems from a health perspective, which includes thinking about how cities can ensure that residents have reliable access to healthy, sustainable, and affordable food. I'm here to tell you today about the Ontario Food Terminal and its importance to our city's food security. This is the property at the western side of 125, the Queensway. The Ontario Food Terminal is the third largest wholesale food market in Canada and the United States. It's a critical piece of public food system infrastructure that I've been studying for the last 6 years. So if you think of Toronto's food system as a body, the Ontario Food Terminal would be its heart. It's an organ that quietly and unceasingly moves nourishment throughout the system. So every day it pumps fresh food outwards to neighborhood grocery stores, independent retailers, institutional kitchens, restaurants, food banks, food programs across the country and far beyond it. And like a heart, it depends on the arteries around it, the roads and supply chain infrastructure, like warehouses, cold storage, food processing facilities, gas station, truck mechanics. These are like the arteries that allow food to move efficiently, affordably, and quickly. So if they are narrowed or blocked for some reason, the system weakens. Access narrows, vulnerabilities deepen, and costs could rise. In a city like ours that is changing quickly, this food system infrastructure must be considered. What's going to happen if condos are built beside the terminal? We must ask these questions. Hundreds of trucks enter the facility every night from just after midnight till dawn. Trucks honk. Will the terminal have room for growth? Will condos and residential growth overtake the area such that the terminal is forced to move? Will businesses that support the terminal be priced out of the area? Will the streets become so congested that trucks can no longer drive in and out easily? These are perishable items that need to move quickly. So how will that all work? The answer isn't to move the terminal. Our urban food system is dependent on proximity and logistics. We need zoning that understands the wholesale food market is not an amenity, but essential infrastructure. So any zoning decisions for the area needs to take account of the terminal's vital role and consider risk to its operations. As you know, many people in Toronto already struggle to access affordable food. We were reminded by the Prime Minister this week in Davos, Switzerland, that our country also needs to consider its food security as part of national security. So protecting the Ontario Food Terminal is not about resisting growth. It's about choosing the right kind of growth, and that's growth that recognizes that cities do not run on housing alone. They run also on the quiet and really unglamorous systems that make daily life possible. So we don't build condos on top of water treatment plants, and we don't gamble with electrical substations, and we should not build in a way that impinges upon the single most important distribution hub in the country. So zoning policy is one of the most powerful tools that we have to protect the health of the city. And I fear that if we fail to protect the Ontario Food Terminal, the heart and its arteries, the consequences won't be abstract, that this could show up in grocery bills, in food banks, and in households choosing between rent and food, which is why I urge the committee to act to safeguard the Ontario Food Terminal, not just for today, but for generations that this system is designed to feed. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. That was really valuable insights. Does anyone have any questions? No? I'm going to clip that and post it somewhere. That was really great. Okay, that concludes the deputants on this issue. Staying with our silence rule, can I have a motion to approve? All those in favor, opposed, carried. PH 12 is 2712, which is 1543, 1551 the Queensway, 66 and 76 Fordhouse Boulevard Official Plan Amendment Appeal Report. I have no deputants listed. Councillor Nunziata is moving the staff recommendations. All those in favor, opposed, carried. PH 2713, 350, 360, 364 Evans Avenue. I do have a deputant listed, Al Brezina. Hi, Al. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'll make some comments. You've heard a lot of similar comments on previous items, and I'll just reiterate them for South Etobicoke and in particular on one site that I'll mention, on the site that this is about. My name is Al Brezina. I'm the Executive Director of the South Etobicoke Industrial Employers Association. We're a group of industrial employers located in South Etobicoke. We've been at this for many years, and many of those things have been land use issues. So I'm here today in support of staff's recommendation for city staff to attend the OLT in opposition to the applications. The lands in South Etobicoke, the three of them, Queensway, and 340, 346, 64 Evans, are not suitable for conversion to mixed use. Any introduction of mixed use introduces sensitive uses, and that will impact the surrounding employment areas. We're familiar with the conflicts that will create, noise, traffic. It could impact companies' ECAs, environmental approvals. Each conversion leads to more conversions, and that destabilizes the whole area. South Etobicoke, I don't know where I have it, is one of the largest employment areas in the city. Jobs in this employment area, and employment areas in general, are growing in the city, and they're projected to continue to grow. The staff report in the lands needs assessment that was done by the city projected 46,000 more jobs over the next 20 years, 25 years. We heard today already, same document, the lands needs assessment. We don't require conversion to meet residential needs. The city has more than sufficient land for housing, so it doesn't make any sense to decrease what we need and increase what we don't need. Third out of 4 points here, employment lands sustain jobs. When we say the word employment lands, we really are saying the word jobs. In many cases, in employment lands, these are good, well-paying jobs, and they're actually part of the solution to housing, right? A good, permanent, full-time manufacturing job with benefits provides the means to pay rent, save for down payments, and pay for a mortgage. We've heard a couple of references to this next point already. This year, among all the other challenges we have with land use, this year businesses have the additional challenge of US tariffs and the trade disruptions. So industries are working hard to offset the impact of tariffs. They're searching for new customers, new domestic suppliers, international customers. And all levels of government are supporting industry in this. We hosted the mayor for a visit in South Etobicoke last spring. The City of Toronto and the Mayor's Action Plan are supporting businesses. More than ever, these businesses need land use certainty to continue to operate in their areas. There's a lot of great work going on. They're clever, they're resourceful, they're enterprising, they will take risks, they will rise to the occasion. But they can't watch their backs. We really need the city and the province to watch their backs for them. They can't be out looking for new business, looking for ways to expand, and then find that the land they're on has been rezoned under them or out from them. So they really count on that. They're in a manufacturing business, in business in general, they have their heads down, they're internal, they're running their operations, they're looking to grow their businesses, going after opportunities. They simply don't have the means to monitor city council, to monitor planning applications, and then fight them when they come up. We rely on the city and on the province to give us a stable employment lands environment. So I think I'll just make a specific point about Evans and Arnold Street. The site is central in South Etobicoke. It's a very poor location for residential. It abuts the Gardner. It's got a Gardner on and off ramp on either side, and Evans Avenue, a truck route on the south. It's an island. It's a poor site for any residential development, and putting 6 40-story towers on there will impact the surrounding industries, noise, traffic, et cetera. And once it starts, it's a domino, right? It'll cause another conversion at some point in future. So employment lands are finite. They're a great resource for the city. They're a source of jobs. We request that committee adopt the staff report, make sure I say it right, in opposition to the current applications at the ULT. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was really helpful. That concludes the deputants. Councillor Nunziata has moved the recommendations. All those in favor, opposed, carried. We have one item of business left, which is PH 2715. Brenda and Jim have promised me they're going to be quick. Let's see how that goes.
We have one statement. Scarborough strongly supports the recommendations of the Chief Planner to encourage Council to designate the Scarborough Civic Centre under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. That's the end of our deputation.
Perfect. Whoa.
Thank you,
Mind
staff.
blown. Okay. Thank you so much, guys. Can I have a mover? Councillor Matlow is moving the recommendations. All those in favor, opposed, carried, and I believe that completes the agenda. Go home, everybody. You've been wonderful. No, when you run out of business, the meeting is over.